enforcement. If you're not with law enforcement, that is a violation of your release. Do you understand that?
Puede ir una sola vez en 48 horas después de que lo suelten para que recoja sus pertenencias personales, pero debe de ir acompañado de un policía. Si usted llega a ir sin la policía, será un quebrantamiento de la orden de alejamiento, ¿entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Eso es todo. Hasta luego.
Gracias.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Diaz, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of domestic battery. Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge. I would argue that this is merely an assault. The allegation is that he admitted to grabbing food items and throwing it at the victim's head. There's no allegation that it struck the victim anywhere in the A4.
The state would ask that we reset this for tomorrow for a PC hearing. I believe that the officer did need to write. I agree with Ms. Campbell that there is no reference that it actually struck the head, but I believe after PC hearing, we would find out.
All right, reset to 428 for PC.
And Judge, he has no priors. He's 22 years old. There's no allegation that the alleged victim even spoke with him. I don't want to keep him in custody for a PC argument regarding an assault.
He can post on the standard bond for the battery.
Understood, Judge. However, I would be asking the court for pretrial services based on the A form. I don't know if the court would be willing to grant it. I just don't want him to sit in custody for a day based on the state requesting a PC hearing for the A form.
He qualifies for.
He has no priors and he's 22.
You're asking that keep your release of pretrial services, but also reset for PC hearing tomorrow?
Can I tell him something?
Not about the case.
Okay.
So the problem is if he's released, he wouldn't be coming back to bonds the next day. So normally in my experience, what happens is that the court, if you want to reset it, can either keep the same bond or ask if defense for the purposes of this hearing will stipulate to PC in order to release him.
If the defense stipulates the PC, then we would stipulate to a PTS, Your Honor.
The thing is, I don't believe there's PC, but I would stipulate if the court is not willing to release him today. But I would like the court to make a note in your notes, if you can, that this is most likely not a battery case. I don't want him to sit in custody is what I'm saying.
I don't have any issue if you want to avoid the PC hearing tomorrow, if you want to stipulate for purposes of getting him out, that there's PC without prejudice to raising the issue later. That's fine. I'll listen to pretrial services.
That's fine, Judge. You can always just find no PC and not reset it, but that's fine as well.
Yep. Right.
The state doesn't have to have a PC hearing.
I'm going to give them a PC hearing on a case if they ask for it within 20
Okay, then I'll find PC for purposes of this hearing, so he can be released.
Thank you.
Reset PCH, Judge?
No.
No. Pretrial services?
Yeah, hold on. I'm just making notes for the.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we're just releasing you to pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000 as a condition of your release. You may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Sir.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. Yamilet Navarrete?
Yes, sir.
That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You will be permitted to return to her residence within 48 hours of your release. To gather your personal belongings, you must be accompanied by law enforcement. If you go without law enforcement, that's a violation of your release. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're all set then. Take care.
Thank you.
Orban Misael Praksimov.
And Judge, he does need the services of the interpreter.
Interpreter is present.
You've been charged with one count of a domestic assault.
Buenos días, usted tiene un cargo de agresión de tipo doméstico.
And Judge, I have the same argument as the earlier case. The allegation is balled up fist while lunging towards her and someone else intervening before he could strike his mother.
Su señoría, tenemos el mismo argumento que el caso anterior. Aquí lo que dice es que él hizo el gesto de poner el puño, pero que cuando él se le fue a abalanzar a la mamá para golpearla, que alguien intervino, así que no la resultó golpeando.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just read the A form as assault. Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sorry?
Argument on the assault.
Yeah, no, I just read the A format as assault.
Oh, acabo de leer el formulario de arresto, es un ataque.
State any priors?
No priors, Judge, but I would be asking for standard bond. The person who intervened was their 12-year-old child, and all of this occurred in front of that 12-year-old child. I find that concerning.
Okay. No tiene antecedentes, solicito que se imponga la fianza estándar. Y quiero decir que la persona que intervino fue su hijo o hija de 12 años, lo cual es algo preocupante.
Actually, Judge, I'd be asking for elevated. In this case, I realize it's an M2, so I'd be asking for 2,000.
Y en este caso, su señoría, solicito que se incremente la cantidad de fianza, ya que es un delito menor de segundo grado. Solicitamos que se imponga una fianza de $2,000.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto hace que vive en Miami, señor?
4 años.
4 years.
Do you have any other family here?
¿Tiene alguna otra familia aquí?
Un hermano.
A brother.
Are you employed?
¿Está trabajando?
Sí,
Yes.
What do you do?
¿A qué se dedica?
roofing.
Roofing.
For how long?
¿Por cuánto hace?
1 año.
1 year.
Ms. Campbell, did you wish to be heard?
Judge, I would ask for pretrial services. He has no priors, but in the alternative, I would just ask for standard bond.
Su señoría, solicitamos que le liberen con servicios antes de juicio o como alternativa $1,000 de la fianza estándar.
Court is releasing the defendant to house arrest, level 2, alternate bond, $1,500.
La corte libera al acusado bajo arresto domiciliario nivel 2 y $1,500 de fianza.
As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand?
Como condición de su liberación, usted no puede participar en ninguna actividad criminal, ni usar, ni tener drogas o sustancias ilícitas. ¿Entiende?
Correcto.
Correct.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
No puede tener en su posesión, usar ni portar armas, armas de fuego ni munición. ¿Entiende?
Entiendo.
I understand.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Maria Vasquez.
No puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la víctima del caso, María Vázquez. ¿Entiende?
500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly in any way whatsoever or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Tiene que permanecer a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, de la casa de la víctima, del trabajo de la escuela, donde quiera que se encuentre, y a 100 pies de distancia de su vehículo. No puede tener contacto directo ni indirecto con la víctima en ningún momento. ¿Entiende?
Entiendo.
I understand.
You will be permitted to return to her residence to gather your personal belongings within 48 hours of your release. You must be accompanied by law enforcement. If you are not with law enforcement, that will be a violation of your release. Do you understand that?
Puede ir a la residencia a recoger sus pertenencias en 48 horas después de que lo suelten, pero debe de ir acompañado de la policía. Si usted llega a ir sin la policía, eso será un quebrantamiento de la orden de alejamiento. ¿Entiende?
Entiendo.
I understand.
You're all set then.
Eso es todo, señor. Hasta luego.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Solis Hernandez.
And Judge, he also needs a Spanish interpreter.
Thank you.
Partner is present.
Sir, good morning. You've been charged with one count of domestic battery.
Buenos días, señor. Se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física tipo doméstico.
Any PT argument?
No,
¿Hay
Judge.
algún argumento con respecto a motivo fundado?
Todo lo
Don't say
que,
anything.
No diga nada, señor. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the answer to the question.
I said no PC argument.
Thank you. No hay argumento con respecto a motivo fundado.
State any priors?
None, Your Honor.
No tiene antecedentes de acuerdo al Estado.
What are you asking for as far as bond?
¿Qué solicitan en cuestión de fianza?
We'd be okay with pretrial services if he's eligible.
Si es elegible, está bien si le imponen servicios previo a juicio.
Is that what you're asking for, Ms. Campbell?
Yes, Judge, that sounds
Es
good.
lo que pide la señora Campbell, si suena bien.
By stipulation, defendant is released from pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000.
Ya que ha sido estipulado, le liberan con los servicios previo a juicio o como alternativa $1,000 de fianza.
Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Como condición de su liberación, usted no puede participar en ninguna actividad criminal o ilícita, no puede usar ninguna droga o sustancia ilícita tampoco, ¿entiende?
sí,
Yes.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
No puede usar, ni portar, ni tener en su persona armas de fuego, ni munición, ¿entiende?
sí,
Yes.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Jocelyn Fernandez Moncada.
No puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la víctima, en este caso, Jocelyn Fernández Moncada. ¿Entiende?
Within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle, you cannot contact her directly by any means or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Eso significa que debe de mantenerse a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, de donde viva, de la escuela, del trabajo donde ella se encuentre y a 100 pies de distancia de su vehículo. No puede tener contacto directo ni indirecto con ella, ¿entiende? ¿Entiende?
es mi esposo, digo,
It's my wife.
Did you understand the order of the court?
Señor, ¿entiende la orden judicial que le ha impuesto el juez? Responda.
sí,
Yes.
I understand it's your wife and you are specifically prohibited from contacting her, just so there's no misunderstanding.
Entiendo que ella es su esposa, pero tiene una orden directa de no contactarse con ella. Quiero asegurarme de que no haya ningún malentendido.
You will be permitted to return to her residence within 48 hours of your release to gather your personal belongings. However, you must be accompanied by law enforcement. If you are not accompanied by law enforcement, that'll be a violation of your release. Do you understand that?
Puede regresar a la residencia en 48 horas después de que lo suelten, pero debe de ir acompañado de la policía. Si usted llega a ir sin la policía, eso es un quebrantamiento de la orden de alejamiento, ¿entiende?
sí.
Yes.
You're all set for today.
Eso es todo por hoy. Hasta luego.
Jairo Alberto Vasquez.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sir Vasquez, you've been charged with 1 count of domestic battery and 1 count of resisting an officer without violence. Ms. Campbell, any PC argument?
Yes, Judge, I have a PC argument as to the first count, the battery domestic violence. First, I would just like to note, I don't believe this is DV. They've just been dating. They don't live together and don't have any children in common. As for the PC, it states that the alleged victim told police that she lied in the 911 call and he did not assault her. So I would argue there is no PC for battery.
Yes, Judge. While I agree with Ms. Campbell regarding that it's not DV, I would say there is definitely PC for the battery. There was blood on his shirt. The defendant yelled to the victim not to give the phone to the police. She probably lied out of fear, and upon playback, the victim stated the defendant was striking her. It's clear that she was in fear for her life. I'd be asking for elevated bond for the battery and standard bond for the resisting.
Does he have any priors?
He has prior withholds for petty theft, but He does have a prior arrest, which was no action for stalking and assault and battery 2018.
Okay, thank you. Court does find probable cause for civil battery, not for domestic battery. Court finds probable cause as to count 2. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
I was born here, sir.
You have family here?
I was born here. Yes, I got two twin boys. I was joined the Marines for 5 years, sir.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
What do you do, sir?
I was doing landscaping.
All right. How long have you been doing that for?
Right now for 4 years. Well, actually, I was an aviation technician before that, until the pandemic.
Okay, understood. Ms. Campbell? As to bond, did you wish to be heard?
1 second. Sorry, Judge. I'm just
Okay, right.
asking for $1,000 bond total. He did say that he could pay that.
Court will set standard bond amounts. Count 1, 1,000. Count 2, $500. Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may not have any contact with the alleged victim in this case, whose initials are GC. You understand who that is?
Yes, sir.
That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Understood.
You need to go back to her residence to gather your belongings?
No, sir. I don't live in that address. I got my own address. My own
Okay.
place.
But that's what the arrest affidavit said. I just needed to make sure. Okay, then you're all set for today.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care.
150. How much? 150. 150.
Oh,
Stephen Wallace. Mr. Wallace, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of domestic battery. Ms. Campbell, any PC argument?
No PC argument, Judge.
State any priors?
Yes, Judge. This defendant has a battery conviction from 2009, and then felon in possession of a firearm 2015 and 2015. 2 convictions for that, Judge.
What was his felony to make him a felon?
DWLS habitual.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, for both.
Okay. Thank you. What do you ask for as far as bond?
Standard bond, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Wallace, how long have you lived in Miami, sir?
I can't hear you.
How long ago in Miami?
41 years.
You have family here?
Yes.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
No.
All right. Ms. Campbell, do you want to be heard?
I'm not sure if he's eligible for pretrial services, so defense would just request the standard bond as well.
Yeah, he's not. Bond is set at $1,000 by stipulation then. Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Henrietta Wallace. That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may go back to her residence within 48 hours of her release to gather personal belongings. However, you must be accompanied by law enforcement. If you're not with law enforcement, that'll be a violation of your release. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. You're all set then.
What was the bond amount, Judge? I'm sorry.
1,000.
Thank you.
Alexander. Mr. Alexander, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of domestic battery. Any PC argument?
No PC argument.
Any priors?
No, Judge. There was no promise. I would stipulate to PTS.
That work for you, Ms. Campbell?
Yes, that works for me.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, 1,000. Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, whose initials are JH. You know who that is?
Yes, my sister.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You can't contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be able to go back to the residence to gather your personal belongings within 48 hours of your release. However, you must go with law enforcement. If you go without law enforcement, that's a violation of your release. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, take care. You're all set.
Thank you so much.
Oh, it's Marlene Rodriguez.
Hablas en español. And Judge, he needs the interpreter.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, you've been charged with 1 count of domestic battery.
Señor Rodríguez, se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física tipo doméstico.
Ms. Campbell, PC argument?
No argument, except there's no DV alleged.
State, agree?
No tenemos ningún argumento con respecto a motivo fundado, excepto que no se relaciona con violencia doméstica.
Did any purpose?
Sorry.
No, Judge. I would stipulate to PTS.
And
No tiene antecedentes, estamos de acuerdo con que se le imponga PTS o servicios previo a juicio.
And Judge, that's fine. He actually does have an address. I know the A form says homeless, but he does have an address.
Okay.
Está bien con eso, yo sé que el formulario de arresto indica que está sin techo, pero sí tiene dirección.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, 1,000.
Entonces se impone servicios previo a juicio o alternativamente $1,000 de fianza.
As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Understood?
Como condición de su liberación, no puede participar en actividades criminales ni usar drogas o sustancias ilícitas. ¿Entiende?
Understood?
¿Entiende, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
No puede usar, portar ni comprar armas de fuego ni munición. ¿Entiende?
Okay.
Okay.
You understand?
¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Walter Lopez.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima, en este caso, Eduardo López. ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
You cannot go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly through any means or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Debe permanecer a 500 pies de distancia de él, de donde él viva, donde trabaje, donde vaya a la escuela, donde quiera que se encuentre. Y a 100 pies de su vehículo no puede tener contacto directo ni indirecto ni a través de ningún medio social o electrónico. ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
You have belongings at his residence that you have to gather.
¿Tiene alguna pertenencia en la residencia de él que usted tenga que recoger?
No.
No.
All right, then you're all set for today.
Entonces eso es todo por hoy. Hasta luego.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick Harris. Mr. Harris, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of domestic battery.
Good morning, sir.
Ms. Campbell, any PC argument?
no, Judge.
State prior.
The defendant has numerous priors. There's an aggravated assault conviction from 2018. He had the disorderly intox. They have a resist without violence. Drug possession. Trespass. Well, numerous 3 pages of priors there.
What are you asking for as far as
We're
bond?
asking for an elevated bond of $2,000.
Judge, I would just like to note that with the exception of a 2020 DWLS and 3 no action, all of his priors are pretty old. The oldest one being before I was born in 1992. And so I would just ask for $1,000 bond.
All right, sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life, sir.
You have family here?
Yes, sir.
What family?
Grandmothers, auntie, uncles. The whole family unit.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, self-employed, sir.
What do you do?
Car wash detailing.
Okay. Sir, bond is going to be set in your case at $1,500. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm done.
Sir, you may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You pay this? Consumer tax. No, that's perfect. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, sir, you may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Andrea Harris. That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be allowed to go back to her residence.
Sure.
In 48 hours of your release to get your personal belongings, you must be accompanied by law enforcement. If you're not with law enforcement, that'll be a violation of your release. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're all set then. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
150.
RS Vika.
Yes, sir. There's no PC on this case.
Good morning, sir. You've been charged with 2 counts. Count 1 is domestic battery. Count 2 is violation of an injunction for protection against domestic violence. Any PC argument?
Judge, just that there's no DV alleged.
State.
I would agree, Judge. The only thing that gave me pause was that there was already the injunction,
No injunction on the case, there was no action.
the people for the injunction, so that confused me.
So I said 30 days without having to.
Hang on, you're right.
Ms. Campbell, do you want to respond on that point?
Yeah, I'm trying to go through his priors. It seems like it may have been a stay away order from an F-24 case.
There was no action.
The F-24 case, yeah, because
But I don't know. I'm
you
trying,
have any F-24 case? 25979. You all have that in these
I'm
priors?
trying to look at it, but I don't see it.
The case, it was no action.
Oh, there we go.
It was 2024. I believe it's the case that's referenced. It was an arrest for child abuse, no harm, and battery.
And that's.
I would argue that there's no PC for that because there's no action.
Let's see.
Yes, Judge.
Do you stipulate that there's no PCS on 2 then?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no PC on count
She
one.
just found.
All right, let me just make some notes on this. And then on the, so it looks like the stay away order was in a felony case from 2024. That was no action. But we don't know what that felony case is from this. So I don't know that there's anything to show a domestic relationship in the 4 corners of this A form.
I agree, Judge.
All right, so it's PC count 1, simple battery, no domestic designation. Count 2, no PC, release outright. In just one moment, let me make notes.
Oh, is there a PC?
Hang on.
But she just said that there's no witness, nothing.
Okay, state, what did you want to request as far as bond on the count 1 battery?
I'd be asking for standard bond of 1,000 for the regular battery, the misdemeanor battery.
All right. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life, sir.
You have family here?
Yes, I do.
What family?
Mother, my stepfather, aunts, uncles.
Are you employed?
I do odd jobs off Nextdoor app.
Okay, Ms. Campbell?
Judge, I'm not sure if he's eligible for pretrial, so I would be fine with $1,000 bond.
All right. By stipulation, bond will be set at 1,000. Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim, in this case, Carolina Gonzalez. That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of her vehicle, you cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You need to go back to her residence to gather any belongings.
No, sir.
Okay, then you're all set for today. Take care.
Thank you.
Michael King. Mr. King, good morning. You've been charged with one
Good morning.
of a battery. Ms. Campbell, any PC argument?
No PC argument.
State priors?
No priors, Your Honor. If he is eligible, we would stipulate to a PTS.
I think he's from New Jersey, just visiting, right? He's not eligible. All right,
Then we
you're
don't
just
care.
visiting, right, sir?
I'm sorry, Judge, I was asking him a question. If you could repeat that.
Sir, you're just visiting Miami, correct?
Yeah, me and my girlfriend came down. We just drove down here, 17-hour drive. Get here, get into some little.
Okay, don't talk.
Yeah, you probably want to hit the pause button there. Ms. Campbell is letting you know everything's being recorded, so they could use what you say against you later on. Okay,
I know the state would ask for a standard bond.
Ms. Campbell?
I would ask for ROR with a date certain because otherwise he would be eligible for pretrial services. But if not, I would ask for a $500 bond.
We don't have NCO.
So we don't know anything about out of state. All right, I'm going to set bond in the standard amount of $1,000. Sir, as a condition of your bond and your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim, in this case, Sophia Heller. That means you cannot go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of her vehicle, you cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other person. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You'll be permitted to return to her residence one time within 48 hours of your release to gather your personal belongings. You must be accompanied by law enforcement when you go. If you're not accompanied by law enforcement when you go, that'll be a violation of your release. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're all set. Take care. Jose Alfredo Calero Zeledon.
And Judge, he's here, but he needs a Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. Sir, good morning. You've been charged with one count of domestic battery.
Buenos días, señor. Usted ha sido acusado de agresión física de tipo doméstico.
Any PC argument?
¿Hay algún argumento con respecto a motivo fundado?
For count 2, I guess the wife of Mr. Of my client, it seems like she stated there was no mention of her being pushed and that the allegation was that he was flailing his arms.
Sí, en el cargo 2, la esposa no dice de que ella haya sido empujada, más bien que él estaba agitando los brazos.
Accepting the allegations as true in the four corners of the arrest affidavit, court finds probable cause as to both counts.
Basado en las 4 esquinas del formulario de arresto, el juez encuentra motivo fundado para los cargos.
State any priors?
¿Hay
No.
algún antecedente? No.
What are you
No.
asking for?
I would be asking for elevated bond. He pushed his child by her neck.
Solicito que se imponga una fianza elevada, ya que él empujó al menor de edad del cuello.
And Judge, there's no allegation that the alleged victim is a child.
And standard.
I'm sorry. One person at a time for the interpretation, please. Thank you.
State asks for elevated with respect to the daughter and standard for the mom.
Sí, el Estado solicita que se eleve la fianza por cuestión de la hija, no de la madre.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto hace que vive en Miami, señor?
10 años o más.
Only 10 years.
What family do you have here?
¿Qué familia tiene usted aquí, señor?
Mi esposa, mis hijos,
Perdón, hable en voz alta, señor.
mi esposa, 3 hijos
My wife and 3 children
y 2 nietos.
Employed?
and 2 grandchildren.
Are you employed?
¿Trabaja?
Sí,
Yes.
What are you doing for how long?
¿A qué se dedica y cuánto hace que trabaja en ello?
es en la construcción, soy obrero.
I'm a laborer in construction.
Bien.
¿Cuánto hace?
Del año pasado para acá.
Since last year.
Ms. Campbell, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge, I would ask for pretrial services. He has no priors and I know the state said child. I would not say child. It seems like this individual may have grandchildren, so I don't think that while it is his child, they are not a child. I think the state made it seem like the person was underage. And the A form is pretty vague as to physically irate, flinging his arms and then pushing her. So I think that pretrial services is adequate.
Su señoría, yo sé que la fiscalía había mencionado que se había empujado a un niño o a un menor de edad, sin embargo, no se especifica. También se hace mención de que él estaba airado y agitando los brazos y solicitamos que se imponga liberación con servicios antes de juicio.
So you'll be released from pretrial services on both counts, alternate bond 1,000 each count.
Señor, será liberado con los servicios antes de juicio o alternativamente $1,000 de fianza en cada cargo.
As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Como condición de su liberación, no puede participar en actividades criminales ni usar ninguna droga o sustancia ilícita, ¿entiende?
Sí,
Yes.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
No puede tener en su posesión, portar ni comprar armas, armas de fuego ni munición, ¿entiende?
sí,
Yes.
You may not have any contact with the alleged victims in this case, whose initials are EC and IC. You know who that is?
No puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con las víctimas en este caso, cuyas iniciales son EC y IC. ¿Sabe quiénes son esas personas?
la segunda no entendí.
I didn't understand the second one.
EC and IC, your wife and daughter.
EC y
Sí,
IC, su esposa y su hija.
Así.
¿Entiende?
sí,
Yes.
You cannot contact either one of them. You cannot go within 500 feet of their residences, places of employment, or school, 100 feet of their vehicles.
No puede contactarse con ninguna de las dos personas. No puede, tiene que permanecer a 500 pies de distancia de ellas, de donde ellas vivan, trabajen o vayan a la escuela, y a 100 pies de los vehículos de ellas. ¿Entiende?
sí,
Yes.
You cannot contact them by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
No puede contactarse con ellas directa o indirectamente a través de medios sociales, terceras personas. ¿Entiende?
sí,
Yes.
You'll be permitted to return to the residence on one occasion within 48 hours of your release to gather your personal belongings. You must be accompanied by law enforcement when you go. If you are not, that's a violation of your release. Do you understand that?
Podrá ir a la residencia a recoger sus pertenencias personales en 48 horas después de que los suelten, pero debe de ir acompañado de la policía. Si usted llega a ir a la residencia sin la policía, eso será un quebrantamiento de esta orden de alejamiento, ¿entiende?
sí.
Yes.
You're all set for today. Thank you.
Eso es todo por hoy. Hasta luego. Gracias.
Angel Rohena.
Good morning, sir.
Which case is this? Who's the defendant?
Rohena? Can you hear me? Judge, can you hear me? Judge,
All
can
right.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess before there was an
No,
issue.
Did you say something before? Thanks.
Yeah, I was saying, could you hear me for like 2 minutes?
No, I just heard that last one.
All right.
Okay, is there somebody there? Is it,
Yes, Mr. Rohana?
no, are we recalling Michael King?
No. I didn't request that.
No, the alleged victim is on Zoom platform. Is Ms. Heller there?
Oh, I think he's far gone.
He's already gone back. Judge.
It's
Hello.
already- Yes, who's there?
Hi, I'm Sophia for Michael King.
Okay,
I didn't really hear what was set for him. And I don't know if there was like a stay away order placed or anything. I don't want that. I'm not afraid of him. It was a complete misunderstanding. And I don't have funds for a bond.
okay. A bond was set in the amount of $1,000. Standard bond and a stay away order was entered in the case. You should reach out to the state attorney's office. He's already been taken out. You should contact the state attorney's office tomorrow and let them know your feelings about the case. They're going to want to speak with you.
Okay,
Okay? All right, take care.
thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Is this Angel Rohina?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rohina, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of domestic battery.
Yes, sir. That was a
Hey. I have a bit of a PC argument.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. Let me just finish and then of course I'll hear from you. Okay. Ms. Campbell, you can make your PC argument.
Okay. Yes, Judge. The allegation in the A form states while the victim was restraining the defendant swung on the victim with a closed fist. This could be more of a stand your ground situation, but I think you could argue that it seems like Mr. Rohana was potentially defending himself of his brother restraining him and holding him. I mean, I guess restraining is a vague term, but that would just be my argument.
State?
For PC purposes, the A form does clearly say that the defendant swung at the victim and struck him twice with a closed fist. That multiple witnesses on the scene stated the defendant was the primary aggressor. So even if you want to say that stand your ground applies at this stage, it would still be there would still be a PC runner.
Yeah, based on accepting the allegations as true and the light most favorable to the state, there is probable cause for the domestic battery from corners of the complaint. Does he have any priors?
No, Your Honor. No, few arrests.
Do you stipulate to pretrial services?
Who would stipulate?
Ms. Campbell, that work for you?
That works.
All right, so you're going to be released to pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir?
Understand.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Pedro Rohina. That means you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise. Do you understand that, sir?
I do understand that, sir.
Do you have any stuff at his place that you need to get?
I'm sorry?
Do you have anything at his place? Do you need to go to his house to get anything?
I live there by myself, and he goes there whenever he goes there.
But you guys don't live together, do you?
He comes once in a while there. I mean,
Where does he live?
he lives with the mother of his daughter, but he goes once in a while to where I'm at.
But okay, all right. So he can't go back to where you're at now. All right. So you don't need to go to his residence for anything then.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, you're all set then. Take care.
All right. So
Just give them an address and you'll be released.
So
Justin Lind.
please.
Judge, we have Mr. Disotar next.
That's what we have to do, Your Honor.
Okay, who's Justin Lind?
That's
He's the next one.
All right, next up, Jonathan Disotar.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. I don't know if it's morning or
Good morning, sir. You've been charged with one
Okay.
count of domestic battery.
Wait, what, Your Honor?
One count of domestic
You've been
battery.
charged with one count of domestic battery. Thank you. Ms. Campbell, any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State priors?
No priors, Judge.
What are you asking for?
I'd be asking for standard. He slapped the mother of his children in the face after telling her he would bash her head on the concrete stairs and drag her down.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Since I was 3 years old from Chicago, Illinois.
Okay. Do you have family here?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I do handyman work and like sanding, 5-star finishing and all that.
Okay. Ms. Campbell, did you want to be heard?
He has no priors. I would just ask for pretrial services.
I'll pass up accusation.
Pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
I understand, sir.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Understand, sir.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Chastity Miranda. You can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of her vehicle. You can't contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
I understand, sir.
You'll be permitted to return to her residence one time within 48 hours of your release to gather your personal belongings. You must be accompanied by law enforcement when you go. If you do not go with law enforcement, that's a violation of your release. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're all set for today. Thank you. Justin Lind.
Mr. Lynn.
Hello.
Miss, good morning. You've been charged with one count of battery.
Yes.
Don't say anything.
What's the argument?
Yes, Judge, the allegation is that the victim stated the defendant became pushy with her and then attempted to take a bag away from her, and then she put the bag in her vehicle. I don't know what pushy means. There's no allegation that he actually physically touched her. So I would argue there's no PC, and also there's no allegation of DV.
The state would stipulate to the DV aspect. However, there was a fight and there was pushy. I mean, the common is someone being pushed. That would be a battery.
Based on the four corners of the complaint, there's no domestic allegation. However, there is probable cause for misdemeanor battery. Push is physical touching. No. And based on the allegations, there was a misdemeanor battery. Any priors?
No priors, Your Honor. We'd be okay with PTS.
That
I'm
were
good.
Campbell?
Yes.
All right. Pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that, sir?
Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Paulina Sierka. That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You need to gather belongings from her residence.
No.
All right, then you're all set for today. Take care.
Good luck.
Next up, I have Blair Holland.
He is off calendar, I believe.
Who you calling, Judge?
I'm sorry?
Nobody ain't calling. Which defendant you calling, Judge?
Blair Holland?
I don't have that.
Oh, I have Mr. Hernandez Rizzo, and he's off calendar.
We don't have a Holland.
There was reset from yesterday, Ward D. We don't have him. Should I reset it tomorrow?
Yes, Judge.
Reset 428. Okay, and then we've got
That's it.
Hernandez Rios. That's the
Off calendar.
Off calendar. His cases were heard 425.
all right. Anything else on the DV calendar?
No, Judge.
All right. So moving on to misdemeanors then.
The clerk's en route.
All right.
Judge, can we take a few minute break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Morning, everyone. How are you?
Morning, Your Honor. Just want to let you know I'm here for the jail arraignment calendar. This is Joanne Hennessy from the city of Miami Beach.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Videos, do you know which case or defendant it is?
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
For whatever reason, I don't know if the state is able to send me the A form. I'm not sure if my client already bonded out because we posted the bond.
Who's your client?
I'm sorry, I put it in the chat, Michael Borak.
I don't track any of that stuff while I'm doing bond duty. Someone
No
else
worries, Your Honor.
much better at it than me, so I don't look at the chat at all.
Okay, no
Also
worries,
can't
thank you.
That just FYI.
I'm sorry?
Miss Laurent, just so you know, you're
Here.
upside down.
Man, just
I
like
don't know how to
that.
fix that. That's so weird. I don't know how to fix that. It's the strangest thing. Let me lower the
Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah.
weird.
Okay, good. All right. Great to see you.
No, we'll fix it this way. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the camera.
Do you have the camera locked?
It's a
How you doing?
it's a laptop. So I'm not really sure why that's happening.
Up for peanut butter sandwiches.
Oh my God, that's a good memory. That's awesome. That's a good callback. I'd still take one of them right now, actually. That sounds good.
See what you forgot.
All right. This seems much smaller than last week.
Like an average calendar.
This is average?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Ms. Campbell, you there?
I'm here,
You ready?
ready.
Everybody
Although I
else?
see you got to have a snack, that must be nice.
Yeah, I know. I'm fancy like that. Bring my own granola bars.
We're not allowed in the jail.
Really? Yeah, it was good. I have another one I would offer you if you were here, but
You can throw it through the screen.
okay. Are we all ready? You need a few minutes to get set up. Madam Clerk, you good? Everybody needs to be sworn in?
Yes,
They were already or they weren't?
this is a different group.
Yeah, I know. They still need to be sworn in, right? All right. Folks, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and raise your right hand so you can be sworn in. I don't think they hear me. Or maybe they do.
We can.
Oh, okay. They just didn't want to first.
Juran o afirman que el testimonio que van a dar es la verdad, nada más que la verdad. Respondan en voz alta.
All right, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Judge James. I'm going to be handling your first appearances today. I understand that your rights have been explained to you on the video that was played for you all in English, Spanish, and Creole. If you accept any sort of deal today, I'm going to ask if you understand the rights that were explained on the video, which you would be waiving through acceptance of an offer. For the record, unless I specify otherwise, court will find probable cause on each case. Record will reflect as much. Additionally, I will appoint a public defender on each case unless I specify otherwise.
Buenos días a todos. Se presenta el juez James. Bienvenidos a la primera presentación en su caso. Ya se ha puesto el video explicándoles sus derechos. Para que acepten una oferta, les preguntarán si renuncian a sus derechos, los cuales le han explicado previamente. Se encuentra motivo fundado en todos los casos, a menos que se discuta de otra forma o se encuentre de otra forma y se les ha nombrado el abogado de oficio, a menos que ya ustedes tengan uno, se especifique de otra forma.
I'll be calling you up one at a time, telling you what you've been charged with, and we'll discuss custody issues and conditions of release.
Se le informará de los cargos que tienen en su contra y luego se hablará de sus condiciones de liberación.
Okay, let's start up with Monica Giraldo.
She's a bond out judge.
Shaitavia Weaver.
Your Honor, I'm just announcing my appearance on this case. This is Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach. This is the state's case.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Weaver, good morning.
Good morning.
You've been charged with one count of petty theft, and it looks like there was also a bench warrant out for her arrest. Is that correct?
Yes. It's not saying anything.
Yes, Judge, I see that.
All right. Any PC argument on the new case, Ms. Campbell?
Just for the criminal mischief, I don't think that it can be shown that it was willful.
Hold on just a minute. Are there two new cases? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. You're looking at the criminal mischief from
I think
The
that's
171.
the what?
Your Honor, I
that's
believe
the thing.
PC's already been.
Yeah, that's the older case. She just got picked up on a new petty theft.
I apologize. I had it as an A form. I didn't realize.
Oh, no problem. Any PC argument on the new case?
No.
She's also a fugitive from Flagler County, Florida, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, state, what are you all asking for bond on the new case and on the bench warrant case?
Judge, I'm only asking for standard bond for each, since this defendant bench warranted before.
Ms. Campbell, did you wish to be heard?
Yeah, because she has a fugitive warrant, I would ask for a $1 bond. If not, then standard bond.
What's the standard bond for petty theft? 500?
150 if it's M2,
Yeah, it's an M2.
150.
All right, so
Judge.
150. Do we need a stay away order?
No, I believe since, oh, I don't have anyone. It's fine, Judge.
Yes, stay away order. All right, we'll enter a stay away order. Bond will be set at 150 in the new case.
Okay.
58654 with stay away order for the Walmart at 1455 Northeast 163rd Street. And then on the older case, the bench warrant was set in the amount of 150 count 1, 100 count 2. That work for everybody?
Yes, Judge.
I didn't hear that bonds, Judge, I'm sorry.
150 count 1, 100 count 2 in B23 22171. And then 150 in B25 8654. Anything else to address for Ms. Weaver?
No.
Okay, thank you. Diana Ramirez?
That's a bond out.
Patricia Calandra?
Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of battery. Any PC argument?
No.
I didn't commit battery.
Thank you. Did any priors?
Yes, Judge. Grab the page. I'm looking, there are several pages of priors. I'm just looking for ones that are more recent.
I have them before me as well. What are you asking for as far as bond?
They didn't tell me it was a battery.
Judge, I would stipulate to PTS.
Let's
That's good with defense. That's good.
Pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. A stay away order is being entered. Ma'am, you cannot have any contact with the alleged victim in this case, Jacqueline Hernandez. That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly or indirectly through any other persons. And you cannot go back to the Walgreens at 7340 Collins Avenue in Miami Beach. Do you understand that, ma'am? Do you understand that, ma'am?
Oh, yes, but it wasn't at Walgreens.
Okay, well, that's where the allegation is, right? So we'll just leave it at that. Okay.
So what do I do?
If you give them an address, it'll be released today.
Delencia Smith?
She was a bond out.
Where do I respond? That's here.
Yes, we're the boss there, one down there, just second. Last one.
Oh, okay.
You said 6. Oh. Yeah, I'm still going to address them.
Elias Cruz?
Judge, he refused, but I'll waive his presence. I can address it.
Okay. Any
It's
PC,
to add a charge, Judge.
any PC argument?
No, Judge.
What are you all asking for as far as bond?
Standard bond, Judge. He has lengthy priors.
What's the standard bond?
500.
Ms. Campbell?
Judge, he's in on 2 felonies with numerous counts. I'm just asking for a $1 bond.
Bond will be set at 500. Don Ramirez.
That's also a refusal, but I can address it. I'll waive his presence.
All right. Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge, the allegation is that there were 3 white strips of paper in his legal folder. I would note that normally in legal folders, there are pieces of paper.
The form also says that the paper is a known contraband at the prison and is suspected to be soaked in an unknown chemical and consumed as a drug for PC purposes. I believe that is enough.
The court finds PC. State, what are you asking for?
Standard bond, $500.
Ms. Campbell?
$1 bond. He has many reasons why he will not be getting out other than this case.
I'm going to set bond at $500, standard bond. Yeah, you're probably gonna have to keep on reminding me. It's just the squiggle.
Sure, it's all right.
Yeah.
First squiggle.
Yeah, exactly. Antonio Norris. Mr. Norris, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of indecent exposure and 1 count of disorderly intoxication. Any PC argument?
Don't say anything. 1 second, Judge. In order to have indecent exposure, it needs to be indecent, and people need to be offended by it. The only allegation is that he exposed his penis. That's not enough for indecent exposure. In order to have disorderly intoxication, there needs to be, I'm sorry, I'm rereading the A form. There's no allegation that he was drinking alcohol in front of anyone, that a crowd formed, or anything of that sort.
Date?
Indecent exposure does not need people to be offended by it. It just needs to be exposed in a vulgar manner. In this case, it is in a vulgar manner. Exposing oneself to passerbys in this manner is vulgar. Disorderly intoxication.
I'm sorry, you said this is vulgar, just pulling out his dick? I don't think that that's vulgar. He could have been taking a pee. It's not like he was swinging at anyone, masturbating, literally any of that. This is not vulgar.
Right.
As to count 1, court does find probable cause. It does say he exposed his penis to passing by vehicles and the officer. And it doesn't suggest that he was urinating or anything like that. The allegations suggest it was done in a vulgar, offensive way. So there's PCS to count 1. And State, did you want to respond on count 2?
Well, there is a strong odor of alcohol. I would agree that I don't think that's enough.
Okay, so PCS to count 1, release outright on count 2.
What a place to live.
500, Judge.
Judge, I'm asking for PTS. He does have a place to live.
I'm fine with PTS, Judge.
You're fine with PTS?
Yes.
Pretrial services, alternate bond 500. Ricky Cease. Sir, good morning. You've been charged with 1 count of resisting an officer without violence. Any PC argument?
1 moment, Judge. No PC argument, but I do, he does have a place to live in Miami. I know it says Georgia, so that I just want the court to be aware of that.
It's stipulating to an ROR. That work for you all?
That is perfect.
All right. PD, probable cause, and ROR.
Okay, you're gonna get released. You'll get released today.
Thank you.
Justin Martinez.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't sign it. Hold up. Oh, I didn't sign it.
And Judge, are you on Mr. Martinez yet?
Yes.
So it is a bench warrant for a petty theft. The court needs to find that it was willful. He just informed me that he was at a program in Palm Beach at Banyan. So I don't believe that that's a willful failure to appear for court. There's no new charge. And I think what would be appropriate, and I know that Ms. DiPietro and Mr. Class are aware of this, would be an ROR with a date certain on the homeless calendar.
That's fine, Judge.
Okay, ROR, and your next court date, is it June 4th, 2025? That's what this.
Yes, Judge.
You gotta be there.
You have to be in court.
Okay.
June 4th, 2025 at 9:00 a.m. in courtroom 6-7 at the Richard E. Gerson Justice Building in Miami, Florida. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to write that for him? You gotta be there, okay?
Yeah, I will.
She's gonna write it down for you.
I'm gonna be there.
It's fine, you're doing great. Okay, she's gonna write it down for you. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Walter Williams.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you're getting out today.
this Mr. Williams?
It is Mr. Williams.
This is from a bench warrant. Bench warrant was set in the amount of $1,000, August 29, 2024.
And Judge, I did speak with him. He did say he was in custody in a different county, so I don't think that's a willful failure to appear. I would ask for the same request as the previous gentleman.
State.
That would be fine.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Judge?
That would
I
be
asked
fine.
state and the gentleman,
Oh,
the attorney's office.
Oh,
said-
okay, okay, sorry. It's
For the
sometimes
state.
Okay. ROR stay away order is entered. We cannot go into the Walgreens at 3007. What does that say? Aventura? What is it?
Ventura Boulevard.
Aventura Boulevard. You have to be in court June 4th, 2025 at 9 o'clock a.m., courtroom 6-7. Understood, sir? If you
Hold on, I'm gonna give this to you.
for your arrest.
You gotta be there.
All right, thank you. So what I got?
ROR.
Okay.
But you gotta be back June 4th,
Okay, thank you.
okay?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanchez. Do you have a place to live? No. Okay.
Eduardo Sanchez.
That's me.
Morning. You've been charged with one count of trespass after warning. Any PC argument?
No, Judge, I'm just requesting the same thing as the last gentleman.
State.
Judge, that's fine.
All right, sir, you're going to be released on your own recognizance. You're ordered to stay away from 2750 West 68th Street in Hialeah, Florida. You're also ordered to appear in person for court on June 4th, 2025 at 9 o'clock a.m. in courtroom 6-7. Do you understand, sir?
Understand.
I'm gonna give you this. All right, if you have issues, come. Okay, you're gonna be released.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, they said I have.
Emmanuel Watkins. Mr. Watkins, good morning. You've got charge of petty theft, trespass after warning. There's also a bench warrant case, $1,000
I'm gonna look up the bench warrant. Case.
bond was set. Is there a PC argument in the new case?
I'm sorry, Judge, does it say when the bench warrant? Oh, the bench warrant was set.
When? March 7th of
Yeah.
this.
Court April 10th.
I know. That's true. He did have court after that, Judge. He was in court April 10th and April 6th.
For what, this
Sorry,
case?
sorry,
No,
March
just-
10th. There's not April 10th.
April 10th, like a couple of weeks ago, I just went to court.
For this?
Yeah, not for this, for.
Okay, let's not talk about it. No PC argument.
Right.
They would ask for an elevated bond to the bench warrant case, in the amount of $2,000 per statute, and an elevated bond of $1,000 in each count in the new petty theft. Your Honor, this is an open petty theft. While out on the open petty theft, while out on a bench warrant of petty theft, he picks up another petty theft from the same location. Additionally, he has 2 prior petty thefts from this year and last year. So the state would ask for elevated bonds.
And Judge, he is representing that he went to court for the bench warrant. I do not have my computer in front of me. I'm not
April
sure.
10th, I went to court April
He's
10th.
saying April 10th. I'm not sure if the state can double check that.
They dropped 2 charges and gave me time served on
Yeah, yeah,
one.
yeah. Okay. Because this is $41, I would ask again for an ROR with a date certain.
I went to all my court dates. Every court date they asked me
Okay,
to go
okay.
to, I
Yeah,
went to.
I know.
I just went to court
I
2
know.
weeks ago.
I know.
As far as we see, there's no entry after the bench warrant.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
All right, on the bench warrant case, bond is set at 1,000. In B258668, probable cause is found. As to both counts, bond is set at $1,000 per count. Stay away order is entered. Defendant may not go back to the Walmart at 3200 Northwest 79th Street in Miami.
Sir, can you tell me where the bench warrant come from?
It's okay, I'll talk to you about it. I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, can the state let me know, and I know this is a weird request, which judge the bench warrant was issued in front of?
Yeah, it was stamped by Judge Cuervo, Rita Maria Cuervo.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Justin Turner.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Turner's coming up?
Yeah, he's coming.
Okay.
Fine.
Mr. Turner, good morning. You've been charged with 2 municipal ordinance violations, entering a park after hours and prohibited camping. Is there a PC argument?
1 second.
The sun was already up, and I was not on the beach. Since
Okay.
the sunrise, it was
Yeah,
6:15. The sun
sunrise.
was up. I was not on the beach. I was on the grass, way far from the beach.
Okay.
Is there an offer to resolve it today?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Judge, I would ask for an ROR and a date certain on the homeless calendar. I mean, the allegation is that 6:04 p.m. they saw Mr. Turner, and that allegedly the sunrise was at 6:47 a.m. I'm sure at that point it was like somewhat light out.
6:45.
And that, sorry, a.m. You're right.
And I wasn't on the
And then he was sleeping on the seawell, not on the beach. One of the other things I believe that's required for these ordinances is the officer needs to ask them if they want services. I don't see that happened.
Your Honor, if I may.
Please.
First of all, regarding the allegations, it's in the park after hours, which is Lummis Park, and also camping. He was sleeping at the time that the officers reached him, and there's notwithstanding language in the ordinance dated 9/11/2024 that includes, among other things, for any other past or present conduct rendering such a person ineligible for placement. I would just notice that his priors, just for this year, include an open misdemeanor from April 17th, a conviction for a felony from April 3rd, a conviction on March 3rd for a misdemeanor, on January 31st for a felony. I would believe that those would amount to past or present events, that would deem him ineligible, and we would ask for an elevated bond in this case of $300 for each.
And Judge, I think it's inappropriate to have a homeless person with an elevated bond if the allegation is that he was sleeping 30-something minutes before the sunrise. These cases are normally ROR'd and put into the homeless calendar. I think asking for an elevated bond for a homeless person that was sleeping, is 43 years old, and his priors are all petty offenses is inappropriate.
Come back.
You're going to be released on your own recognizance on both counts. You are ordered to appear in court for date certain June 4th, 2025 at 9:00 a.m. in courtroom 6-7 in the Richard E. Gerson Justice Building. Understood, sir?
Listen to the judge. Say it, tell me you understand.
I understand fully.
Okay, you're all set then.
That's on both counts, correct, Judge?
Both counts ROR, yeah.
Thank you.
Greg Van Leer.
Your Honor, there's several cases here. I'm Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach for one of the cases. The B25-5632. And also the state has the jurisdiction for 502025, but there is a misdemeanor ordinance.
5632, a bench warrant was entered in the amount of $150.
That's correct. And we would ask that the warrant be converted to a bond.
Okay, defense, did you want to be heard? Ms. Campbell? Did you
Judge,
want
I
to
would
be heard?
yeah, sorry. I would just ask for a $1 bond. He does have a felony that's going to be coming before you later on today. If not, I would just ask that you address it with the felony because I don't know what's gonna happen with that felony. I don't have the A form, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if there's PC or not.
I'm gonna address the felony later, but as far as that case, the bench warrant in the amount of $150 is the bond that's gonna be set $150. And then we've got B 256948, a bench warrant was entered in the amount of $150. State, what are you asking for?
I'm fine with $1, Judge.
All right, defense, that's what you're asking for?
Yes.
I also passed up a stay away order for your honor.
All right, $1 by stipulation and a stay away order is entered. Sir, you cannot go to the C. Oates area of 9th Street and the beach in Miami Beach, Florida. Then we've got B 255020, count 1, 150, count 2, 150 with the bench warrant amount. State.
I'd ask for the bench warrant amount, Judge.
Campbell.
$1 bond.
150, count 1, 150, count 2.
Who's here for the bench warrant?
Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, he can always change the bond as well. This is not Mr. Ali. Oh, okay. Judge,
What happened, Mr. Ali?
he refused, which is unfortunate because he's homeless with no priors and it's a curb drinking offense. I was going to be asking for an ROR, which I can waive his presence for that purpose.
Do you all want to just give him a date certain for the homeless calendar?
The problem is he's not here and he's homeless. So normally they're present and we give them a date certain.
That's the only issue the state has, Your Honor.
Right.
Not you, not
Or
you.
his lawyer, can't your office give him notice before he leaves or no?
He's just not physically here. So he refused. He may be at let me see where he is. Is he in TGK or Metro West?
So what do y'all want to do?
He's here in the forensics unit, Judge. PGK.
What do
Yeah,
y'all do then?
I'm just asking for an ROR. We'll try to get in touch with him, but I can't obviously make any representations.
I have to reset it for tomorrow. Court's gonna find PC based on my review. Huh? You want me to- But I'm saying reset to 428.
Yes. Yeah, the reset 428, yes.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, no, I just noticed on your.
What did you say?
Including 28.
Oh.
So Judge, corrections is, sorry, I can hear myself. Corrections is telling me since he's here, I could try to get an officer to talk to him about a date certain. I just, oh, I can write it down and the officer can give it to him. I just don't want to keep him in on a curb drinking if it's gonna be an ROR.
So you're gonna give him a note of when to appear?
I will have corrections give it to them.
And do you stipulate that that's adequate notice to him?
For this purpose, yes.
Well, for purposes of him coming to court on June 4th at 9 a.m., do you stipulate? Otherwise, I can't do it.
1 second, Judge. Yes, Judge, I trust the officer.
All right.
For the record, good, yeah.
Okay, let me just, all right.
That's 6-4.
425, 9, 8, Okay. PCs found, defendants ROR, date certain 6/4/25 at 9 a.m. 6/7, and Assistant Public Defender Ms. Campbell is to provide notice to the defendants to delay this adequate notice for the next court date. Roberto Hidalgo.
He's here and does need an interpreter. Come here, come here.
Hidalgo, good morning.
Good morning.
Don't say anything. No, no.
Buenos días, señor Hidalgo.
Sir, you've been charged with one count of resisting an officer without violence and one ordinance for obstructing an officer or firefighter.
Bien, señor, se le acusa de resistirse a un policía y por obstrucción a un policía o bombero.
Don't say anything. No, no, señor.
Any PC argument?
No,
¿Hay
Judge.
algún argumento con respecto a motivo fundado?
Sorry, Madam Interpreter. No, I'm just asking for an ROR. He's 70 with no priors.
No tiene antecedentes. Solicitamos que le den libertad bajo palabra. No tiene antecedentes y tiene 70 años.
Tengo
Sir,
70.
you're going to be released under your own recognizance on both counts. Just make
Bien.
sure you're here for your future court dates. Don't miss anything.
Bien. Bien, señor, entonces se le va a dar libertad bajo palabra, pero asegúrese de venir a las próximas audiencias con respecto a este caso.
Quisiera hablar.
I will.
Diane Dawson.
Esto es todo, señor.
Buenas
Hasta luego.
noches, señor.
Bueno.
This is Mr. Dawson. Looks like
I'm probably gonna win.
what am I? This thing and this.
Yes, this is an old bench warrant. That's a missing file that we do on a readout.
I don't know what that means. So what do I?
You'll be entering on the case history sheet there.
It's the same thing on both.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So it looks like there was $10,000 bench warrant entered March 17th.
Are you talking about the misdemeanors?
Two other misdemeanors, I believe. Also.
That was in B251210.
There's also B24-27036.
There's a bench warrant for $1,000 in that one,
Yeah,
and
so-
then B252849.
So we'd be asking for the bench warrants, sorry.
That's 1,000.
That was 1,000.
Yes, Judge. If it was Judge Correa, she always issues $10,000 bench warrants.
It was Judge Correa.
Yeah, that's her standard bench warrant amount.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, what are you asking for?
He has a few other cases, so I'm asking for a $1 bond.
The state you're asking for the bench warrant amounts?
Yes, Your Honor.
He has an F-24 case, I think $10,000 for a trespass is inappropriate.
The court's going to set bond at $1,000 in each case. Each of the three cases. Okay. Justin Harnett.
He's a bond out, I'm sorry.
Bond out? Okay.
Yeah.
Keanu Busby.
He's coming, Judge.
Thank you.
Just a minute.
Okay.
But here.
All right, Mr. Busby, you have 3 cases pending before the court. M25-8682, charged with petty theft, first degree misdemeanor. M25-8681, charged with first degree petty theft, first degree misdemeanor, and M25-8680, charged with petty theft, second degree misdemeanor. Any PC arguments?
Yes, Judge, all 3 of them should be second degree misdemeanors. There is no monetary amount alleged in the 8-2 and the 8-1 cases.
State.
All right, I'll go through there. That's the other one. What's it?
And it's Dollar Tree, so.
There's a issue for Patterson. We'd ask for, we'd be okay with an R1.
Yes, Judge, I would ask for an RR with the date certain on the homeless calendar.
State stipulates.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're released on your own recognizance in all cases. You're ordered to appear in court on June 4th, 2025 at 9:00 a.m., courtroom 6-7 in the Richard E. Gerson Justice Building. Do you understand that, sir? Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah.
All right, if you don't appear, then a warrant will be issued for your arrest. You're also ordered to stay away from the Dollar Tree at 13911 South Dixie Highway at Palmetto Bay. You understand?
I got you, sir.
All right, you're all set then. Let me just notate this.
Yes, Judge, Mr. Palacios is here and he does need the interpreter.
Interpreter is present.
Mr. Palacios Sanchez, you're charged with 1 count of petty theft.
Señor Palacios, se le acusa de un cargo de robo en menor cuantía.
That's in case M25-8683.
Es en el caso M25-8683.
Any PC argument?
¿Hay argumento de motivo fundado?
No, but I would just ask for an ROR with the date certain.
That's fine, Judge.
No hay argumento de motivo fundado. Pedimos libertad bajo palabra con una fecha de seguro. No tenemos objeción, juez.
Sir, you'll be released on your own recognizance.
Señor, le van a dar libertad bajo palabra.
You're ordered to appear back in court in person on June 4th, 2025 at 9:00 a.m. in courtroom 6-7 of the Richard E. Gerson Justice Building.
9:30, Your Honor.
9:00.
O 9:00. Se le ordena que usted se presente de nuevo junio 4 a las 9 en punto en el Centro de Justicia Richard E. Gerstein.
You understand that, sir?
¿Entiende, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
You're ordered to stay away from the target at 10101 West Flagler Street in Miami as well. You understand?
También se impone una orden de alejamiento del target que queda en la 10101 Flagler Street. ¿Entiende?
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you, Malik.
Gracias. Eso es todo, señor.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you.
Reset tomorrow, Judge. You refuse court.
All right. Reset tomorrow.
Good.
You want the court to make a PC determination or wait till tomorrow?
Let's wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, QT.
All right.
This is a bench warrant that was entered. State, what are you asking for?
Judge, for this one, I would stipulate, oh, I'm sorry. I would ask for it to be converted to the bond.
Defense?
He did tell me he didn't have a way to get to court that day. However, it does seem like he has some other cases that you may see him later for. So I would just ask for a dollar bond.
Bond is set at $1,000.
Yeah, but they're
Each
gonna
count, Judge?
case
Two counts.
There's 2 counts.
That's your other case and tell him.
Oh yeah, $1,000
Later. Okay. Yeah.
Come back to court.
Yeah, they're gonna. You'll see. They're
Cornelius Divine.
gonna-
This is on a bench warrant as well.
Yes, he's coming.
And then he also picked up some new charges. Is that right?
Yeah.
He's coming up.
Yes, he's here.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, there's a bench warrant for AKWVW0E that was entered in the amount of $3,500, and then he picked up criminal mischief, second-degree misdemeanor, resisting officer without violence, and disorderly intox. PC argument?
No, Judge, but he is letting me know that he was on Zoom for that date. So I don't believe that his bench warrant is willful. I know there's sometimes issues with Zoom phones, putting people in breakout rooms that we have in misdemeanors.
State, let me hear from you all.
I don't know, the defendant did fail to appear. I don't know who set this bond. It was
Judge Alvarez.
Judge Alvarez usually only sets $3,500 pounds of trial, if I'm not mistaken.
The problem is Judge Alvarez Zane's 9 a.m. calendars get addressed at 2 p.m. And so if defendants are on calendar at 9 a.m., they may not be on calendar at 2 p.m.
The state has no argument with that.
Judge Alvarez Zane's 9 a.m. calendars get heard
Sometimes we get hurt at 4 or 5. Yeah.
On trial.
Maybe a little earlier, but
But
No, their calendars take a long time.
That's you're just saying.
Yes, those are real.
Mr. Class and Miss DiPietro know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We're nodding, Miss Campbell.
I think maybe, Judge, this would be an appropriate case on the homeless calendar if the state would stipulate.
Your Honor, we won't stipulate in that case. This defendant has numerous open cases, and while out on those open cases, even if this bench warrant is not willful, he has B-22-8276, B-23-11625, B-24-1245. And then while out on that, he picked up a new case. We would ask for a standard bond in this case.
Okay. They're asking for standard bond in the new case. What are you asking?
You have a place to stay. Pretrial services, he actually does have a place to stay. And it seems like the other bench warrants were not willful.
Count 1, 150, count 2, 500, count 3, 150, and B-25-8672.
Your bond $800.
As for the bench warrant case, state, what are you asking to do?
The state would be okay with setting aside the benchmark based on the defendant's representation and resetting whatever the prior.
How do I write that
What
then?
would you like to do?
Set aside the bench warrant by stipulation?
It's done already, Judge, when he's picked up. So now,
You're doing RR then?
But that's what it was before then, yes.
It was, I don't, what do you mean?
Yes, it was RR before. I don't know off the top of my head.
I have no idea.
All right, so RR.
Okay, RR.
So the bench warrants are ROR?
There's just one bench warrant.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's 3,500 one. RR. Okay, thank you. Jonathan Sosa,
That's it.
this is a bench warrant.
And that's a release one. So.
This is a Alvarez Zane 35. October. Is this from
It's a
October?
bond out. Sosa's the bond out, Judge.
Oh, on that? Okay.
I guess he paid the 3,500.
Okay.
Hernandez is off calendar.
This is a bond out.
let's see.
And then Petit June is a bond out as well.
This is Sosa again, so just write bonded out here. Okay,
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach. If I could confirm the jail arraignment portion of the calendar is completed, or the misdemeanor portion,
misdemeanors are done, right? We're done with all
if I
this.
could be excused then.
Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you.
I think we have missed, oh, they're all bench warrants.
They're all traffic.
Now we're going
Oh,
to
I
traffic.
think we accidentally took.
Which is Miami Beach, Ms. Campbell.
Oh, sorry.
Now we have a separate traffic.
Yeah, just straight traffic.
Oh.
Okay, great. Joseph Junior Petit June.
Bond out.
Bond out? Okay.
No, that's not you. That's someone else. Come here.
Malik Shamar Newberry.
Yes, how you doing, Your Honor?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Well,
Arrest warrant, $10,000 in one case. It's like this whole stack of stuff here, so
Yes.
what am I looking at?
These are the two bench warrants and these are the new cases.
Great, okay, 2 bench warrants and a new case. Let's deal with one at a time. AE2CWZE.
Mm.
It says
Yes.
arrest warrant, failure to appear for arraignment, Judge Park Arms.
Yeah. Yes, Judge, he did let me know that he has a new address. And so I don't believe the failure to appear would have been willful.
So he had a new address in November?
yes. I'm on Section 8. I moved in my place
He moved.
exactly in November.
Can you hear him?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm on Section 8. I moved in my new place exactly in November.
All asking for.
We would ask for bond of some sort. This defendant has a terrible driving record, and then while out on that bench warrant, he picked up a new driving while license suspended and a new no motor vehicle registration while on both those bench warrants. So we'd ask for $500 bond on each of the bench warrants and standard bond on the 2 new cases, which I believe would be 500 and
So Judge, we did just determine that the bench warrants were not willful. And so I would ask for him to be ROR'd on those. And then in terms of the new case, I would ask for pretrial services if he's eligible. I don't know if he is. It seems like he's now on Section 8, so I don't want him to lose his housing.
I'm setting bond in AE2CWZE at $500. AD14SUE at $500. AL9XQYE, $500. Then we've got the no motor vehicle registration, AL9YSYE, $150.
So are you finding the bench warrant was willful?
Yeah, that's gonna be dealt with in division, reducing the amount that was set based on the representations, and you all can actually bring in proof of your assertions with the division judge when it comes back on calendar. Jorge Luis Gonzalez. Bench warrant, $1,000. And these are new.
This is the DWS, Your Honor.
These are traveling criminal cases. This is the bench warrant, but they travel together.
Do I have to sign on these?
No, you just have to sign them because they're criminal.
Do I sign these?
Yeah, you just sign them and set the report here. We set the report.
I just sign here?
Yeah. All you do on those.
Judge, he did say that he's pretty much homeless. The address here is his mother's address.
Like I can provide my job's address if that would be.
No.
What are you all asking to do on the bench?
Your Honor, I'd ask for $150. I understand that he may be homeless, but he should be receiving mail at his mother's house.
But she remember that.
It's fine.
I'll be set at 150.
And Judge, I would ask if we could give him a date on the homeless calendar, just because I don't want there to be an issue in terms of like mail. I just don't know if he actually lives there, so there could be some type of miscommunication.
The bond or RLR, you can't have them.
You can't do a date certain for that?
No.
All right. It's being told I cannot do that. All right. All right. So bond 150.
I can bond out today.
Okay, hopefully you can write down that I asked for a date on the homeless calendar if they try to bench warrant him for him being homeless.
I can bond
Yeah.
out today. Thank you.
So you have to update your address with the clerk of courts.
He's homeless.
Terrence Roberson.
How you doing, sir?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Done for reckless driving. Is there any PC argument?
1 second. I would just argue that this is careless driving, not reckless driving.
1 second.
Your Honor, the state would argue that going double the speed limit, especially in a parking lot, and then making abrupt turns, running multiple stop lights.
PC is found. What do you all ask for bond state?
That's for standard bond in this case. I believe that's
150.
150, yeah.
Defense.
Pretrial services, I don't have his.
He also
prior-
has a hold for U.S. Marshals, Judge.
Oh, okay. I would ask for a $1 bond.
150.
You're gonna stay in because you have a hold. Okay.
Orly Gonzalez. Driving while license suspended, leaving the scene of an accident with property damage.
Judge, I'm asking for 500 for the LSA and 150 for the DWLS.
And Judge, there's no allegation that his license was suspended in the A4. So I would argue no PC for the DWLS. In fact, they don't even talk about his license.
We can run the TPO, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
We can run the TPO really quick.
Well, PC's for the basis for the A form, on the A form, so.
So what do you all want to do?
Find no PC for count 2.
LSA. And I guess I defer to the court for the DWLS.
Doesn't say anything about his suspended license.
I understand.
So, do you want to be heard on the leaving the scene of an accident?
I would just ask for pretrial services.
Bond on the leaving the scene of an accident is set at $500 on the DWLS release outright. Where do I put release right in that?
You can right here.
Right there.
Yeah.
So your bond.
And then put no PC.
Thank you. Morris Alberto Rodriguez. So there's these separate bench warrants.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, another one to sign on.
State, what do you all want to do?
Rodriguez. 3 bench warrants is here. We'd ask for standard bond on all 3, $150.
And Judge, she did let me know that he's homeless and he had lost contact with his PD because when you say it was broken, he lost his phone that he had. But it seems like the bench warrant was only issued a few days ago. I would ask for a date certain on the homeless calendar.
All right, they're asking for date certain. What are you all asking for?
He has an open felony, is that
Oh, I don't have his priors in front of me. It didn't download.
F 25-6305? I just want to know if he would be getting out. Get
That part is, did he just pick that up or is he out on bond in the case?
F 25-6305.
Corrections doesn't have a felony.
Okay, and he might be out on bond.
Okay.
It's fine.
No, that's fine then.
What, date certain?
Yeah.
All right, ROR date certain.
Each case?
Yeah.
Give you this, you have to show up to court, okay? You're gonna be released.
Do you know what time?
No. No problem. Good luck.
Hold on. Yes, come back. I have to tell him when to be there. I need him back.
Oh, he needs to come back. Hang on.
I'm releasing you on recognizance in all these cases. You must appear in court June 4th, 2025, 9:00 a.m. Courtroom 6-7, Richard E. Gerson, Justice Building. Otherwise, another warrant for your arrest will be issued. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're set.
All right, good luck. The next two are bond outs, Judge.
I'm sorry, Ms. Campbell, was that Troy's deal?
The next two are bond outs.
Okay.
I have Rosedale, that's a bond out.
Yes.
Next is German Lindo Ringo, that was a bond out.
Yep.
Ernesto Guevara Leva.
And he does need the Spanish interpreter.
Interpreter is present.
Driving while license suspended knowingly.
Buenos días, se le acusa de manejar con la licencia suspendida. What's the second charge, Your Honor?
Just that, driving while license
Okay.
suspended knowingly.
Sí, manejando con la licencia suspendida es el cargo.
Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge. The allegation in the A form is that his license was suspended since April 14th, 2025. I'll let the interpreter interpret.
¿Hay algún argumento de causa probable? Sí. El formulario de arresto dice que la licencia la tenía suspendida desde abril 14 del 2025.
And that was for failure to pay. In terms of failure to pay DWLS cases, the state does not get the presumption that notice was properly sent to the defendant.
Dice aquí que fue por falta de pago y de acuerdo a eso, no se puede presumir que le haya recibido notificación para hacer el pago.
And in the A form, it does not say anywhere that he said to officers or knew his license was suspended.
En el formulario de arresto no indica que él sabía que su licencia estaba suspendida.
Sí.
At the very least, we would ask that the court find PC for the lesser included of no valid driver's license, which would be here.
Su señoría, la fiscalía solicita que se encuentre al menos que estaba manejando con una licencia que no estaba válida.
We asking for bond on that then.
We would stipulate for an ROR.
Y estipulan a que le den libertad bajo palabra.
PC for no valid DL, ROR.
Entonces se encuentra motivo fundado para manejar sin una licencia válida y le dan libertad bajo palabra.
Roberto Figueroa Martinez.
Yeah.
That's it.
Is that all?
Yes.
Yes.
Sí, señora. Hasta luego.
Hi. And Judge, this gentleman as well needs a Spanish interpreter.
The interpreter is present.
You're charged with no valid driver's license.
Se le acusa de no tener una licencia de manejar válida.
Any PC argument?
¿Algún argumento de motivo fundado?
One moment.
Un momento.
Sorry. It seems like he does have a license that's from Canada. It doesn't state that it was not valid.
Al parecer, sí tiene una licencia de manejar de Canadá. No aparece que no sea válida.
Normally, it would still state if someone's driving privileges were revoked or suspended or canceled.
Usualmente se indicaría si los privilegios de manejar han sido revocados o cancelados.
He's been living in the US for 8 to 10 months, but either way, I would stipulate to an R1.
Bueno, él ha estado viviendo en los Estados Unidos por alrededor de 8 a 10 meses, pero estipulamos a que le den libertad bajo palabra.
That's fine with me.
Está bien.
PC found defendant released on his own recognizance.
Bien, se encuentra motivo fundado y le liberan bajo palabra.
Jose Pablo Gomez.
Eso es todo, señor.
That's a bond out. Hi, Mr. Bernal.
Eddie Burnell. Driving while license suspended knowingly, and we're gonna. And then, are we dealing with the drug paraphernalia now or later on with the felony calendar?
Later.
All right, so right now we're just dealing with the driving while license suspended. Any PC argument?
Sorry, no argument.
Yeah, it's the $2 bond for a while.
They're stipulating to $1 bond. That work for you, Ms. Campbell?
That works.
All right, $1 bond on the driving while license suspended. We'll see him in about an hour or so on the other 2 counts.
Well, no, he needs to. Oh no, you're good. You're good.
What happened?
You speak English or Spanish? English?
Yes.
If you got $1 bond, you'll be back later for the felony.
Luis Euro Vasquez.
He's
All right.
out of the bond on 2 felony cases, Judge. He's on your felony calendar next.
He's got 2 felony cases. He's got 2 misdemeanors, so we're gonna deal with that this afternoon, and then we've got the DWLS. Any PC argument?
Sorry, if I can just get one moment, Judge. I didn't have a chance to read the A form.
He's out on bond in another felony case?
On 2 felony cases, he out on felony bond, Judge.
Oh, all right.
Not that it matters too much since there's a couple of other felonies, but I don't see any evidence in the A form that his license was suspended.
Okay.
I agree, Judge. But I do believe that Ms. Campbell would want the $1 because of the felonies. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You want to step to $1 bond?
Yes, Judge.
That's it.
Okay. See you back here for your felony arraignment.
We'll be back later, okay?
That shit over though.
Yeah.
Yoel Lopez Ruby.
He's coming. And he does need the interpreter.
That was $1, right? 39? Yeah. Okay.
Madam Interpreter, you there? Interpreter?
Yes, Judge, he needs the interpreter.
Madam Interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you've been charged with 1 count of DUI.
Señor, tiene un cargo, una acusación de manejar bajo la ebriedad o DUI por las siglas en inglés.
Any PC argument?
No.
No hay argumento con respecto a motivo fundado.
Date priors?
Fiscalía, ¿él tiene antecedentes?
And Judge, I see no priors. I would ask for pretrial services. He has an address.
No veo que tenga antecedentes. Solicitamos que le den los servicios previo a juicio.
Your Honor, there are no priors. However, this is a high blow case. Defendant blew a 218 and 201. But that's for standard bond of $1,000.
Su señoría, esto se trata de que él sopló el medidor de aliento fue alto, resultó en 2.18 y 2.01, así que solicitamos que le den una fianza de $1,000.
And I don't think the blow should affect a release condition if he does not have any priors and an address.
No creo que el medidor de aliento deba afectar nada. Él tiene una dirección y no tiene antecedentes.
Pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000.
Le liberan con los servicios previo a juicio o alternativa de $1,000 de fianza. Eso es todo.
Buena suerte, señor.
Donnelly Pierre. He's got a felony as well that we'll deal with, I guess, in a little bit.
Judge, I'm asking for 150 each count. He's an HTO and it's effective through June 2026.
Any PC argument? Any argument as to bond, Ms. Campbell?
1 second. No argument. I think obviously defense will have to look into the scooter and if a license is actually required, but no argument. I would just ask for $1 bond. I'm not sure what the court is going to do on the felony, but I would ask for $1 bond.
Bond is set at 150 for each of the misdemeanor traffic offenses.
You'll be back in a few minutes for the felony.
Ruben Escano Pacheco.
Yes, Judge, he needs the Spanish interpreter.
He's been charged with leaving the scene of an accident causing property damage.
Señor, se le acusa de irse de la escena de un accidente causando daños a propiedad.
Any PC argument?
¿Hay algún argumento con respecto a motivo fundado?
Sorry, I'm just trying. I don't see any evidence in the A form of damage alleged.
No veo que en el formulario de arresto se alegue algún daño.
So I would just argue there's PC for leaving the scene, not of an accident causing damage.
Así que mi argumento es que hay causa solamente para irse de la escena, no de un accidente causando daños.
State.
Your Honor, I think that an accident means at least some damage. I don't even think there's an element here of an amount, as long as there is damage whatsoever. I believe every accident comes with some damage, at least on a minor level.
Okay. Su señoría, nuestro argumento es que hubo un accidente y en todo accidente hay un daño. No es cuestión del valor, sino que en un accidente hay daños a cierto nivel.
Reviewing in the light most favorable to the state, court finds PC within the four corners of the arrest affidavit.
Revisando el formulario de arresto y en la luz más favorable al Estado, la Corte encuentra motivo fundado para el arresto.
State, what are you asking for bond?
Honor, we'd ask for standard bond in the amount of $500, I believe, for this case. This defendant, though no convictions, has a few prior arrests that the court should consider, one a driving prior.
Su señoría, pedimos que le impongan la fianza reglamentaria que es $500. No tiene condenas previas o arrestos previos.
And I would just ask for pretrial services. I don't believe he has any priors. He has an address. And yeah.
Okay. Su señoría, solicitamos que le liberen con los servicios antes de juicio, ya que él no tiene antecedentes y tiene una dirección.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto hace que vive en Miami, señor?
18.
18.
Yeah.
18 what?
18 qué?
Año.
years.
What family do you have here?
¿Tiene familia aquí?
Sí.
Yes.
Who?
¿A quién?
Mi mamá, mi hermano
My mother and my brother
y mis hijos.
and my children.
Free trial services, alternate bond, $500.
Le liberan con los servicios previa juicio, alternativa $500 de fianza, eso es todo.
Also 500, Judge?
Yep.
Thank you.
Is that all for misdemeanor and traffic?
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if they called mine, Michael Borak, or if he bonded out.
Have a Borak.
No Borak.
He's not on calendar, Judge.
Borek. Yeah, weird. He was booked at 4 a.m.
So, yeah, our clerk's telling us then probably then tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bye, Judge. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Take care. We're going to take a 30-minute break. It's exactly noon now, so we'll start the felonies at 12:30. That work for everybody?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Looks worse than it is, don't worry. It's 30, it's 44 cases.
Fun. I wish I could get some paid for like not enough time. Well, yeah, really. I wouldn't sully the temple as if I don't eat things from Chick-fil-A.
He just took a break. Half hour, half hour. Well, he just announced it and went off the bench. There is someone like an attorney or something.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
So,
Does he say 12 hours? A minute, half an hour?
exactly half an hour, yeah, 12:30.
Well, I guess I'll be back.
He didn't say anything, he just, oh, I'm going. I told you he was gonna do that. You knew he would do that? I knew he was gonna do that. We were going down, like, I bet he's gonna jump off the bench and take a little break. Yeah. He didn't actually last me too. Oh, is that okay? I haven't been with him for like 2 years, so I don't really remember any of that. You already gave him the good news of November 30, right?
I don't think I did, because the Russian kind of late. But I have nothing else. There's no third?
There's no one 30s. I asked my brother, he looked it up. Yeah. So which one is fake news?
That's right.
Where does it? Let's see, do they have it in order here?
Double check, it's some, it's not on there.
I know this isn't on here, but.
What one?
They're always in order, but I don't know about the stay away ones. They always do that shit. Do you have a copy of the calendar?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Williams. Terry. Yeah, put it together. Put it on your side. Yeah. That's the big one. Oh, that's Washington?
Okay, they spelled it wrong.
Jacqueline Washington is. Oh, is that Jacqueline Washington?
Yeah, well, no.
That's terrible. I thought me and Jose were taking the crowns. Somebody took the crown from us. Shit. No, give me back my bad handwriting championship. Kristen and Dale Doyle and April Wood. They put both names on the one stay one. Yep.
Because on 4.9, it's just a big correct. So I guess you put more than one.
Yeah.
I can pass because of that. But as far as passes.
Will. Because I can't read these fucking readings. No.
Okay. What would you?
The ones I did were, yeah, I couldn't even tell the names. These are fun items. I'm realizing I'm like, man, I'm going too long without getting one. Yeah. You know what? You got a point. This is the dude's handwriting. This is most definitely the dude's handwriting. Y'all write some goofy all the time. But in my experience, the people. Listen, why you gotta be taking you can unload these gates this whole morning. Come on. Richard is.
When you got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Can you see main persons?
Yes. 5, 6, 4. It only says the victim. Oh no, it says persons. Look, no, 5, 6, 4. It has persons.
What?
Here, persons.
What I mean, that in the house.
You could put more than one of the 5, 6, 4 apparently.
No,
It says persons.
well, no. What I mean, it can leave 2 more. I see the same person, but only one name.
Persons. No, it has an S.
I know, but I know, that's what people brought to my attention when when I tell them we need step for step. They're like, that's what it's step for the 4.9. But as far as this one, it had to be one name. One name is going to fit there.
That's right. Beautiful. Jesus. Dude, I'm thinking ladies. This. I only saw the chick. I didn't really see the dude. Yes, I'm a perv like that. God programmed all just meant to be this way. I blame God. Can you imagine how boring the world would be if all men were not pervs? Okay. Technically, it's the. Let's be real. To a certain degree, everybody's a person. You can't tell me you're gonna do it. That is kind of perversion. To be looking as a perversion. That's weird. All humans are perverted because that's the programming that God instilled in us for us to continue breeding, to continue life forward. So it's a programming glitch that none of us like, but we have to accept it's there. That's why I say it's not about being heard, it's about conducting it. You don't have to show off everything all the time. Settle. You're all filled with stamps and everything. I wipe it down sometimes, but then I just give up. I was like, I'm going back in a while. Because I'm gonna make a mess. So I was gonna do. Actually, I put it there because it's just easier for me to.
You don't need it because they're right here. That's only for us. We gotta do, give it to them. Alright?
I mean, let me finish what I'm doing, to be able to put it in this.
And what is this? This one from today?
I don't know. I was within the pile of the stuff I gave you. I don't know what that's from.
We gotta be. Look what you got. Give me the rest.
Give you everything that's in order. You brought all the A forms? Who is this? Because I don't have these A forms.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You scared the shit out of me just now.
You got it for time too.
At least this is the rest of that.
No, leave it.
Okay. The non-monetary.
That don't get it.
Yeah, hang on. Look to the other stuff. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. This side. All right. All right. My bad.
It's last.
Yeah, Larry put the other two. Open. Hours. Well, I'm looking for one.
Spend time now. So we all could be on one board. This.
Two calendars appear, so I guess one of them's free. Okay.
Can you get some light?
Yeah. That's fine. Stick it right on the chance. Until you get home. In Spanish, you share them all. That's the only one that was down there. That's all the one that they're spraying down here, and I got napkins and put it in that drawer, but I don't know if they kept them. I mean, I told him I was clean.
I mean, like, but it's just spray on the cheek, right? I went on my own, but now I got to spray on.
It wipes out. Yes, paper towels.
All right.
Hey, go to the name. You know, yeah, you know, if I can find the last two of them.
And it's the You do that? No, you know that he takes a break. I'm gonna get into their name. So where? Oh, you in the courtroom? Yeah. No, I don't know what it is. When they come out, you want to judge, ain't nobody come out, they put money in the bag. Wow. When they come out, I'll call you as soon as they come. Okay. Okay. Those facts.
Huh? I could barely hear you.
That's how what you.
Yeah. So that's the one opportunity we have, then let's take it, right? Shit. Because other than that, we're always working around and cooking ants on the hill. Here about. This year, I'll have to talk here.
Hopefully, we got. Hopefully. You know, but we seem to be pretty sad. Yeah, right. Most of them dangerous crimes, so they don't get much free trial. Yeah, house arrest, tell us so. Now, we have house arrest, all of their crimes, we can't us the house. Oh, my gosh. I have to back on like stick. I'm still and I'm all worried about head cold. But it can come from being feeling. They had to reroute fingers. So this thing was too many things coming back towards Florida. So they rerouted the pool. It was girl, young girl. I was sitting next to her father. I was on the outside lane. I was on the aisle. First he woke up with all these talking. And what you do, I ain't on there. But see, 13 man. He was by the window, he was by me. But she was talking. I'm like, oh my God, one time I don't ever get booked to the airport without clear. I don't know what I was thinking about. What hang up for right now? A girl. Oh my God. I think he thought I could look like this. He called me. Almost 4 hours left. But they rerouted her.
Those things back.
What page is on? Oh, yeah.
Page 12.
We got 2 bond outs. Not 17 and 18. Yep. You can't be so crazy.
Want to take over this part too? We got one is left arms.
And no add-ons. Hang on.
The reason we don't ask for the legs is because we need to strap ankle monitors. Yeah, that's special place. That's what I was about to tell you. The last 2 weeks I've been here basically every day. So yes, that was me. I've been here every day for the last 2 weeks, basically, except for last Monday and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Those are my only 2 days off. Yes, I was here for that fun.
He's not slow, so that's good.
No. He knows what he's doing. He was quick last week. He was quicker than last week.
Oh,
I'm here every week.
looks like he does.
him and the Hershey's, it's not just one Hershey, both of them. In coordination with these.
I know about the last name. I just figured, I just feel like fun to you know about the last name. So, because you're J.
H-I-J. And then that's why Ivanka was in the middle of it all.
You made a name.
That's the one at the 10 o'clock.
I don't know personally, but
Yeah. She was a prosecutor for a long period of time. You typically do know her. You've seen her.
I've seen her.
That's the saddest thing. She was a prosecutor for a long period of time. Why did it have to take 10 o'clock? He kept calling out everything. That's what I love about the Hersheys. Both of them. They are jerks, but in all the right, proper, and necessary ways. I do not complain about them being hard. It's necessary. They do it in the freaking proper and necessary way. Shit. I love working with them. I do. No matter what they say. The clerk's office is, the clerk's office is that. He's thinking I feel insulted. In my head, I'm like, so do you know how much I agree with you? I'm not insulted, I sympathize. Yes, sir, I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm living suffering at first hand.
He's a blind guy. I see he's a blind guy. What is all over? Because he ain't playing house for it.
But when he gives households, he adds plus one to alternates. That's what I've noticed.
The balance, most of them are going to consider dangerous crimes. So that would be March.
I didn't know something quick on the detention transaction. Or do you guys have them?
They might be on you though. I don't know.
Usually they have it in Christie.
Roberto Morales, he's number 5, page 10. I'm next to number 35 on page 10. You got PDL.
Usually they're pretty good about including photos.
All right.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. How you doing? All right. Please be seated. So how's this all split up here? Remember. What's that? Oh. Okay, thank you.
Okay. What page? Oh, number 41. Yeah, 41. Okay.
That's who we're starting with Neftali Nunez. All right. Are we all ready to start? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Please stand up so you can be sworn in.
Buenas tardes a todos. Pónganse de pie para que presten juramento.
All right, so raise your right hand.
Levanten su mano derecha.
Do you swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Juran o afirman que el testimonio que van a dar es la verdad, nada más que la verdad. Respondan en voz alta.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Judge James. I'll be handling your first appearance this morning.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es el juez James y yo voy a manejar su primera presentación en la corte el día de hoy.
I'll let you know what you've been charged with. I'll ask you a few questions and then we'll discuss bond and conditions of release.
Les informaré cuáles son los cargos en su contra, le haré preguntas y luego se determinará sus condiciones de liberación.
You all do have the right to remain silent.
Todos tienen derecho de permanecer en silencio.
Everything is being recorded and transcribed and can be used against you by the state in its prosecution.
Todo lo que usted diga se está grabando y se puede utilizar en su contra por el Estado o la Fiscalía.
You have the right to an attorney, and if you're unable to afford one, counsel will be appointed.
Tienen derecho de que los represente un abogado. Si no tienen los medios para contratar uno, se le nombrará uno.
For the record, unless I specify otherwise, court will appoint the public defender on each case.
Para el acta, a menos que se especifique de otra forma, se les nombrará al abogado de oficio.
Additionally, unless I specify otherwise, court record will reflect that I find probable cause on each case.
Y a menos que se indique de otra forma, el acta reflejará que encuentro motivo fundado en cada uno de los casos.
I'm going to call each one of you up one at a time, and we're going to start with Neftali Núñez.
Vamos a llamarlos a cada uno y comenzaremos con Neftali Núñez.
Judge, this is an added charge.
Thank you. Mr. Núñez there? I'm not able to see.
Yes, Your Honor.
There we are. Okay. This is an added charge of robbery by sudden snatching. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State's asking for standard bond defense. Are you stipulating or do you wish to be heard?
Judge, given that he's already being held on another case, I asked him for a dollar bond. Mr. Núñez?
Okay. All right. Mr. Núñez, how long have you lived in Miami?
About 10 years, Your Honor.
You have family here.
No, Your Honor, just my wife.
Are you currently employed?
No, Your Honor. I graduated from culinary arts in Wolfson campus and I had a job, but I lost it.
Understood. Thank you. PC will be found. Bond will be set in the standard amount, $5,000. The stay away order is entered. So that means you can have no contact with the alleged victim, in this case, Kevin Canales. That means you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Judge, if I may, I believe Mr. Núñez received TAP on his other case. Would Your Honor be willing to match that for the current case?
No.
What's the bond, Judge?
$5,000 standard bond amount.
That's 500.
Is it right? Is the standard bond 5,000 for robbery, sudden snatching?
It's to be set, Judge.
It's what?
It says to be set.
Okay, great.
Your Honor, may I have a case called out of turn?
I'm going to need you to coordinate that on the side through the chat. I've got a huge stack of papers, so I can't do that right now. They've got a whole order for this for me right now. Noah Horwitz.
This is also an added charge, Judge, battery by detainee.
Okay, yeah. For the attorney, if you put in your information in the chat, they could try to pull it out. There's a whole stack of stuff here, though.
Access to the chat.
Or say it out loud. and then we'll try to get it for you. Try to make
Yes,
it through.
I had put it previously, Your Honor. I've been here the whole time since 9 a.m. Jack, it's Ray Delicabata. Good afternoon, Judge. Good to see you. Jack Dallas Bialke, Bialke.
All right, let's move on to the next case while we look for that. Noah Horowitz. So you've been charged with battery by detainee on visitor or other detainee, third-degree felony. Is there a PC argument?
No, Judge.
State priors and bond recommendation.
But for the open case is you withhold permanent or canvas possession that's for standard bond.
What's the standard bond? Just give me the actual amount. If otherwise, don't assume I know exactly what the standard bond is on every offense. All right, thank you very much. What are you asking for? Give me a number. Defense, let me hear from you.
Judge, given that this is an added offense, I ask that this case, he's granted a dollar bond on this particular case.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Since I was 11, Your Honor.
You have family here.
Yes, Your Honor.
What family?
I have an uncle and an aunt.
Are you currently employed?
I was, Your Honor, before I was incarcerated.
What were you doing?
I was a locksmith apprentice.
My bond is set at $2,500.
Thank you.
Jack Bialke.
This is also an added charge, Judge.
Good afternoon, Judge. Ray Delicabata, Mr. Bialke's side. Yeah.
Judge, we have one more we can take before we take that person you just asked for.
Who?
The next defendant, yes, Manny Prisvillier.
And we will need the Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Added charge.
The interpreter is present, Your Honor.
What does this mean? Probable cause hearing?
Yes.
It was a reset from yesterday, Judge. For PCH.
That's because of the firearm issue. We reached out to the
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I cannot hear the state.
Just one moment. I'm going to review the arrest affidavit, try to figure out what we're doing here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This came in as a grand theft firearm with previous conviction.
Este caso entró como robo con un arma de fuego y había sido condenado previamente.
It was reset to today for a probable cause hearing.
Y se aplazó para el día de hoy para una audiencia de motivo fundado.
Dave, go ahead.
Fiscalía.
I tried to get a hold of the officer. I don't believe he's on Zoom. I don't believe he's here.
State, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could the state speak into a microphone for the benefit of the interpretation? And
That's why I was off. So I've reached out to the officer. The ASAs yesterday reached out to the officer. We subpoenaed him. I don't believe he's on the platform. I also reached out to him myself. I don't believe there is a firearm involved in this case. However, we would request that the court find probable cause on a regular first-degree petty theft, 100 to 750.
100 to 750. Su señoría, la fiscalía, tanto el fiscal de ayer como la fiscalía el día de hoy, hemos llamado a la gente de la policía. No hemos logrado contactarnos con el policía. Tampoco vemos que esté presente en la audiencia en la plataforma. No creemos que haya un arma de fuego en este caso. Sin embargo, pedimos que se encuentre motivo fundado fundado para un robo en menor cuantía entre 100 y 750
The suspense
dólares.
to probable cause on 2 first-degree misdemeanor petty theft counts.
Entonces, se encuentra motivo fundado para 2 delitos menores de segundo grado de robo en menor cuantía.
Yes, Judge.
Sí, sí, juez.
State, what are you asking for bond on each one of
Ask
those?
for a standard bond of $500 in each count.
Fiscalía, que solicitan en cuestión de fianza, solicitamos que se imponga la fianza estándar de $500 por cada cargo.
You said $500 per count?
That's correct, Your Honor.
$500 por cargo, sí, su señoría.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Señor, ¿cuánto hace que vive en Miami?
6 años.
¿Perdón?
En Miami, como 3 años y medio por ahí.
En Miami, about 3.5 years.
You have family here.
¿Tiene familia aquí?
Mi mamá,
My mother.
Are you currently employed?
¿Está empleado actualmente?
no, ahora no.
Not right now. No.
Defense, did you want to be heard on bond?
Defensa quiere ser escuchado con respecto a fianza.
Judge, I just want to reiterate that, you know, there is no probable cause for the offenses alleged in the arrest affidavit. However, there could be probable cause for the offense of 2 petty thefts. Given the fact that Mr. Penalver is held no bond on F-2402-0807, I'd ask that his bond for this particular case be $1. For both
The
of them.
defendant also has an ICE hold.
And he has
Okay.
a nice hold.
Okay. Su señoría, no creo que haya motivo fundado para los cargos imputados en el formulario de arresto, más se debe encontrar, creemos que se debe encontrar motivo fundado para 2 robos en menor cuantía. Ya que él no tiene fianza en el caso F24020802, solicitamos que en este caso se le imponga $1 de fianza. También se acaba de informar que usted tiene una retención por inmigración.
I reviewed the affidavit, the local priors. Bond is set at $500 per count.
He revisado los antecedentes locales y el formulario de arresto. Se impone fianza de $500 por cargo.
You're also ordered to stay away from the marshals at 901 East 10th Avenue in Hialeah.
También se ordena que usted se mantenga alejado de la tienda Marshalls que queda en la 901 East 10 Avenida de Hialeah.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Are we ready to address Jack Bialke?
He's coming up, Judge.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Ray Delacabat on Mr. Bialke's behalf.
Mr. Bialke, you have 3 pending counts. Count 1 is fraudulent use of identification information. This is printed as a first-degree felony. That just cannot be right.
Judge, if I may be heard, I researched when I was retained last night. This is a count under the fraud statute, 817-568-2C, which carries a minimum mandatory, but doesn't appear to be a basis for it in the arrest report. It is when someone uses an identification of someone else's without authority to obtain a benefit over 50,000. Problem is, from my understanding, even though I haven't personally reviewed the arrest report, there is no basis for that. This is what looks to be, at best, a fake ID case where he was trying to get into club space, came back, had interaction after being warned. So the trespass after warning and the resisting without, I would concede probable cause. But this first-degree felony, which is the only reason he didn't bond out yesterday, and has been jamming him up for over 24 hours, I don't see a basis for it. I don't even think he got into the club to be able to warrant using a fake ID for some monetary benefit.
State,
The state would agree to that, Your Honor.
there's probable cause for fraudulent use of an identification, but
think
not for any sort of monetary gain.
But they're not charging it under the statute that is a fake ID statute under 322, or they're charging it under a fraud statute, which they don't have a basis for, Judge.
I just said that already. So now
I'm sorry.
Probable cause for, what was the actual probable cause? Do you all have a statute?
Trying to find one, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, it's statute 877.18. I believe.
All right, that's the count one. It's PC for 877.18. I don't know if it's, is that the right one?
That's for actually.
Okay.
He didn't try to sell an ID, Judge, under 877. I think that's one of the elements.
I realize that.
All right, I'm going to pass it so that we figure out what the right statute is. I'm not able to research.
Judge, there'll be a statute under 322 regarding using someone else's ID, and that's the driver's license statute.
Let me know when you're ready for it. Tell me the statute number when you're ready for it. I need the exact statute number. I'm going to address bond, do all the right things, but I can't sit here and go through the whole statute book for you guys and figure out which one it is. In the meantime, Edward Nellicliff.
Judge, she's Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
All right.
Judge, as speaking as a friend of the court, I believe the correct statute is 817.568 subsection 2A.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, standard bond in that case would be $1,000.
I'm going to look at the statute.
Judge, but I would argue that there isn't PC for that either. I don't believe the arrest report discusses whether there was consent to use the ID or not. It just says utilization of an ID of someone else's identity. That's why I kept going to the DL statute. Regardless, we would agree to a bond on the trespass and the resisting without.
Your Honor, and I see the defendant has no priors. We would even stipulate the ROR here.
He has finals where he's from. He's not from Florida, and so it's obviously very important that he gets we get this resolved today so he can get released and fly back and take his finals. He was just in Florida for the weekend.
Count one, PC, I say 817.568 sub 2A. Count 2, probable cause. Count 3, probable cause. As to all counts, defendant is released on his own recognizance. Stay away order is entered. Defendant may not go back to club space at 34 Northeast 11th Street in Miami, Florida.
RR on all counts, Your Honor?
Yeah, what I said.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All counts. Sean Brown.
Mr. Brown refused, Judge.
Refused. Reset 428. Henry Miles.
Mr. Miles also refused.
Reset 428. Kadir Wilson.
Mr. Wilson also refused.
Reset 428. Kwame Davis.
Mr. Davis also refused.
Reset 428. Jacqueline Washington. Washington, good afternoon. You've been charged with 1 count of aggravated battery. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
Any priors?
No convictions, Your Honor. 2 battery arrests.
What are you all asking for bond?
We would ask for standard bond in the amount of 7,500.
Washington, how long have you lived in Miami? I can't hear you.
All my life.
What family do you have here?
My brother that's on the paper, and my brothers and more brothers and sisters.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work at 7-Eleven.
Okay. Defense, what are you all asking for?
Judge, given her lack of priors, her local address, and her lack of history of failing to appear for court dates, we'd be asking for pretrial services.
She qualifies? Doesn't qualify.
Judge, we then ask for you to release her on her own recognizance.
Bond will be set in the amount of $1,500. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
She says she does not use drugs.
I don't use drugs.
That wasn't the question. I'm telling you, as a condition of your release, you cannot use any drugs. If you don't use them, that won't be a problem for you. Understood?
Understood.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Understood.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Elijah Davis. That means you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, you're all set for today then. Lydia Williams,
Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon. You've been charged with 1 count of aggravated battery. Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge, I don't believe there's probable cause for an aggravated battery in this particular case. In the A form, it says that an argument continued to escalate when the defendant proceeded to punch the victim on the mouth and face, causing a laceration to the inner portion of her lip. I want to note that this incident allegedly took place in June 17th of 2024. And for an aggravated battery, there needs to be some allegation of great bodily harm, permanent scarring, or permanent disfigurement or permanent disability. And I don't believe there's anything in the A form that indicates that as of present day, there is anything related to scarring or disfigurement. So I believe there may be probable cause for a simple battery, but there's not probable cause for an aggravated battery.
State.
I would agree, Judge.
All right, PC only as to misdemeanor battery. State, what are you asking for bond?
1,000, Judge.
Any priors?
No. No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, how long have you lived in Miami?
30 years of my life, all 30 years.
You have any family here?
Yes, my immediate family, my mom, my dad, who is 74, that I take care of. I'm his caretaker. And I also live with my aunt, who was mentally disabled.
Right. You working?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a UPS driver.
Got it. All right, counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Given all of that, we'd be asking for her to be released to pretrial services.
I'm going to order her to pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim, in this case, Camila Griffin. That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly from any other person. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, then you're all set for today. Take care.
All right. Thank you so much. All right.
DeQuil good afternoon. You've been charged with 1 count of burglary of an unoccupied structure. Is there a PC argument?
I'm going to advise that you don't speak about the facts of the case. Judge, just one moment, please. Judge, I don't believe there's probable cause for burglary of an unoccupied structure. I don't believe there's any sort of intent to commit a crime therein. At best, I think there's probable cause for trespass of an unoccupied structure. But again, I don't believe there's probable cause for a burglary.
State?
State would agree to that, Your Honor.
All right. PC only has to trespass.
Standard bond there would be 150, and that's what we'd be asking for.
And Judge, Miss Terry does have a local address. I don't believe she has no felony convictions. I'd ask that she be released to pretrial services.
All right, pretrial services, alternate bond 150. You're ordered to stay away from Norland Senior High School at 1050 Northwest 195th Street in Miami Gardens. Ebony Washington, Good afternoon. You're charged with 2 counts of aggravated battery and 1 count of disorderly intoxication. Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge. I want to look at the specific language in the A form here. On the second page, it says the victim 2, the injury on victim 2 may have caused great bodily harm and could cause permanent disability. I think the emphasis on the may have does not necessarily mean that it is ripe for an aggravated battery at this particular point in time. And likewise, the same argument can be made for victim 1, where it says the defendant bit her face. The victim 1 had lacerations on her face that could also leave permanent disfigurement. Again, it's a little too early to say. While I would argue that there's PC for the crime of battery, aggravated battery still requires grievous bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement, which I don't believe is alleged here in the A form.
Judge, I would agree in terms of victim 1, but for victim 2, she was transported to the hospital for evaluation, and that seems like it would be severe enough to cause a great bodily harm, especially to her eye.
I wouldn't find it just based on her being transported to the hospital. Do you want to reset for a PC hearing on that?
Sure, Judge, please. Can I ask for reset PC hearing for that victim?
All right, reset for a PC hearing tomorrow. All right, Ms. Washington, you're going to come back tomorrow for a probable cause hearing to see if there is probable cause for the way they charged you. Am I signing this?
Yes.
Eddie Burnell? All right, Mr. Burnell, you're back before the court. Now we're addressing 2 counts, possession of a controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, 1st-degree misdemeanor. Any PC argument?
Judge, I would argue that there's not PC in this particular case. I understand that he was stopped, pursuant to a driving infraction, which led to an arrest for a driving while license suspended knowingly. It is noted in the A form that he consented to the search of his bag. However, I would argue that the consent to search based on the reading of the A form was not actually consent, given that Mr. Bernal was already
Probable cause question.
correct, Judge. I don't believe there would be probable cause for possession because I think that the underlying drugs that were inherently found should be suppressed because I believe that Mr. Bernal was coercing to authority as he was already in custody.
I'm not here for a motion to suppress based on consent. Do we have to have an evidentiary hearing on that? Don't you agree?
I would agree.
Okay, let's just stick with the question before the court, which is based on the 4 corners of the complaint, is there probable cause? The answer is yes. Now let me hear from the state.
The state would ask for standard bond, $2,500 for count 1 and $500 for count 2.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life.
What family do you have here?
I have a sister and I live with my godfather.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm not, sir. I'm pending disability.
Defense, did you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge. Judge, given the fact that he's on disability, cannot afford a monetary bond, we'd ask that he be released to pretrial services.
Count 1, 1,000. Count 2, 500. All right, thank you. Reynaldo Simpson. Mr. Simpson, good afternoon. You've been charged with 1 count of aggravated battery causing great bodily harm, 2nd-degree felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct, 2nd-degree misdemeanor. Any PC argument?
Judge, again, the language in this A form says that Mr. Ante had a laceration on his right cheekbone that is likely to cause permanent disfigurement on his face due to the rings on Mr. Simpson's hands. I'd argue that it's still premature to say whether there was great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, or permanent disability. As such, there would only be probable cause for simple battery.
Date?
Judge, I think the fact that the defendant used the ring as a weapon when striking and the language that it's likely to cause permanent disfigurement is enough for probable cause.
I don't see enough for PC for the felony. Do you want to set it for a probable cause hearing tomorrow?
No, Judge, I would just ask that you find PC for the simple battery.
All right. As for the disorderly conduct, is there any PC argument?
No, Judge.
All right. PC for count 1, misdemeanor battery. Count 2, PC as charged.
And we'd ask for standard bonds for each judge.
Which is?
1,000 for the battery and 150 for the discon.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
About 4 years now.
You have family here?
Yes, Your Honor.
What family?
I'm sorry?
What family do you have here?
I have my dad here, my stepmother, my brothers. I grew
Are
up
you
in
currently employed?
I work as a photographer.
How long have you done that for?
About a year now, but I recently had surgery on my hand, so I haven't been able to do that for a couple months.
Defense, do you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge. Given the fact that this court found probable cause for battery and disorderly conduct, I'd ask that he be released of pretrial services.
Also want to stay away from the alleged victim in this case, Mark Ante. That means you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by any means, including phone, text, social media, and email. You also cannot contact him indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set then for today. Samson Fulton. Mr. Fulton, you've been charged on battery on a person 65 years of age or older, a third-degree felony. Is there a PC argument?
No, Judge.
Your Honor, this defendant does have priors. We'd be asking for an elevated bond of $5,000.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
Yes.
What family do you have?
My mother, my sisters.
Are you currently employed?
No.
Defense, did you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Sampson does have a mother who just suffered from a stroke. He is her sole caretaker. I understand the state's asking for an elevated bond, but given his need to be home to take care of his mom, might be asking for house arrest.
Bond in this case is set at $5,000. Stay away order is entered. You can have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Agno Dorizio. That means you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly in any way or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today then. Luis Hierro Vasquez.
Mr. Sierra Vasquez is on a felony bond on 2 cases, F25-6294 and F25-6414.
Thank you. Sir, we're now addressing 4 criminal counts. You're charged with 1 count of fleeing or eluding police officer, 3rd-degree felony. 1 count of attempted kidnapping, a 2nd-degree felony. 1 count of violation of an injunction for protection against domestic violence, a 1st-degree misdemeanor. And 1 count of resisting an officer without violence, a 1st-degree misdemeanor. Is there any PC argument?
No, Judge.
Court is going to put a felony holding cases F-25-6294 and F-25-6414. State, what are you all asking for as far as bond?
So Judge, for the fleeing and eluding, I'd be asking for 2,000. For the kidnapping, or attempt kidnapping, I'd be asking for 7,500. For the DV injunction, 3,000, and for the RWAV, 500. I would like to bring to the court's attention that one of the cases that's open for the defendant is aggravated battery on a pregnant person. I would believe that that is probably the victim in this case because she said that she was afraid of the defendant harming her and her baby.
It's referenced on page 3 of the arrest affidavit as well. That's the same person. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
Yes.
What family?
Yes.
Oh, what family do you have here?
Mom, my whole family.
Are you currently employed?
Right now, self-employed.
Doing what?
I'm trying to get my touring business back together.
Counsel, did you want to be heard on bond?
Judge, given the fact that he's being held on 2 other felony cases, I don't believe I'm not 100% sure. I think the state asked for an elevated bond. I think standard would be appropriate given these counts. And then you can.
Yeah, was entering a hold in F-25-6294 and F-25-6414. Court is issuing a stay away order. The monetary bonds are as follows. As to count 1, 3,000. As to count 2, 10,000. As to count 3, 3,000. As to count 4, 500. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Allison Aguilar. That means you cannot go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
That's all for today.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Is this Mr. Kuti?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
You have 2 cases pending before the court. In case F-25-8511, charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions, 3rd-degree felony, and resisting an officer without violence, 1st-degree misdemeanor. In case F-25-8512, charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions, 3rd-degree felony, and petty theft, 2nd-degree misdemeanor. Any PC arguments?
One moment, Judge. No PC argument, Judge.
The state would ask for standard bond in the amount of $2,500 for count one in 8511 and $500 for count two. And in case 8512, $2,500 for count one and $150 for count two.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life, sir.
What family do you have here?
My sister, my father, my brothers.
Are you currently employed?
No, sir.
Defense counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Given the nonviolent nature of these offenses, we'd be asking for pretrial services.
Yeah, he doesn't qualify. The court is going to set standard bond. Case F258511, count one, $2,500. Count two, $500. Stairway order is entered. You cannot go back to 601 Southwest 14th Avenue in Horton, Florida. In case F25, that stairway order is in F258512, and bond in that case is set at $2,500 count one, $150 count two with the stayway order.
No.
Dion Shorter. Is this Dion Shorter?
No, Judge.
Can we, Judge, can we pass Shorter, please?
Gwen Reed. No, is this Mr. Reed? Sir, you've been charged with trafficking in oxycodone greater than 7 grams, less than 14 grams, first degree felony. PC argument?
Yes, Judge. I don't believe there's probable cause for constructive possession of the oxycodone in this particular case. In the A form, it says that the officer noted that a lot of movement coming from inside the vehicle, indicating the occupants were switching seats based on his experience. Moreover, the alleged oxycodone was found under the passenger side rear seat. So I don't believe it's necessarily clear who, since this was a jointly occupied vehicle, I don't believe it's necessarily clear either individual had actual control or actual possession of the oxycodone. Rather, it could only be done through constructive possession. So I don't believe, given that Mr. Reed as well as Mr. Burgess, his co-defendant, were charged with 2 separate offenses while occupying the same vehicle, I don't believe there's probable cause for either.
The state would argue that there is probable cause for both of those. Is that anybody driving the car, at least for probable cause purposes, could have possession of either of those.
Accepting the facts is true in the A form, in the light most favorable to the state, there is probable cause for the charged offense. State, any priors?
There is no priors in this case. The state would be asking for a standard bond, $10,000.
All right, sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Basically my whole life.
Do you have family here?
Yes.
What family?
My mother, father, grandmother, basically like my whole family.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I do barbering.
You do what?
Barbering.
Oh, barbering, okay. How long have you done that for?
Almost a year.
Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Given the fact that Mr. Reed has absolutely no local priors and his ties to the community, we'd be asking for pretrial services if he qualifies.
He doesn't qualify.
Judge, given his lack of priors, would you be willing to release him on his own recognizance?
No. He'll be released to house arrest, level 2, alternate bond, $5,000. Rafael Gonzalez Alvarez. Mr. Gonzalez Alvarez, you've been charged with 5 counts. Robbery by sudden snatching, a 3rd-degree felony, burglary of an occupied structure, a 2nd-degree felony, and 3 counts of misdemeanor battery, 1st-degree misdemeanors. Is there a PC argument?
Sorry, Judge, we are going to need this.
Snatching, a 3rd-degree felony.
Bien, señor, se le acusa de 5 cargos. El primero de ellos es un robo súbitamente, un delito mayor de primer grado,
Burglary of an occupied structure, a 2nd-degree felony.
allanamiento de una estructura desocupada, un delito mayor de segundo grado,
3 counts of battery, 1st-degree misdemeanors.
3 cargos de agresión física, delitos menores de primer grado.
Is there a PC argument?
Fiscalía, ¿tienen algún argumento con respecto a motivo fundado? No, juez.
State any priors?
No, Judge.
What are you asking for bond?
I'm asking for 10,000, the standard for robbery, sudden snatch, then 5,000 for burglary, occupied structure, and 1,000 each battery.
No tiene antecedentes y solicitamos que se le imponga una fianza de $10,000 en el primer cargo, $5,000 en el segundo y $1,000 por cada agresión física.
I don't think it's 10,000 for the count 1 and then 5,000 for count 2.
I apologize, Your Honor. That's what we thought we saw.
812.
812. 0.13. Okay.
And how about the robbery by sudden snatching? Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh, 5,000.
Your Honor, I'd be,
What do you say?
Non-violent, I believe, is 2,500, and violent is 5,000.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd be modifying the request. I apologize for that. 5,000 for sudden snatch robbery, 7,500 for burglary, occupied structure, and 1,000 each battery.
Okay. I'm sorry, what is the bond for the first charge? I apologize.
I'm asking the judge for 7,500 for the first, 5,000 for the first, 7,500 for burglary, and then 1,000 each battery.
Got it, thank you. La fiscalía solicita que se imponga una fianza de $5,000 en el de robo arrebatando súbitamente, $7,500 por el allanamiento de estructura ocupada y $1,000 por cada cargo de agresión física.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto hace que vive en Miami, señor? Responda.
3 años.
¿Perdón?
3 años.
Three years.
What family do you have here?
¿Tiene familia aquí?
Sí.
¿A quién tiene de familia?
Mi mamá, mi hermana.
My mother, my sister, my brother-in-law.
Are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente está trabajando?
Sí.
Yes.
What are you doing for how long?
¿A qué se dedica y cuánto hace que trabaja en ello?
Empecé hace poco, ahora hace, no llevo un mes.
I recently started. It hasn't been a month. ¿Qué hace?
Ponemos los conos debajo de la retención de la corriente, ¿no?
I place the cones for electricity.
Counsel, you should be heard on bond.
Yes, Judge, given the fact that he does have ties to the community, he has a local address, he has no local priors, he has family, we'd be asking that he be released on house arrest if possible.
Su señoría, sí, dado que él tiene lazos en la comunidad, tiene una dirección, no tiene antecedentes y tiene familia en la ciudad, solicitamos que le liberen en arresto domiciliario.
Bond is set at 5,000 count one, 7,500 count two, 1,000 as to each of counts 3, 4, and 5.
Bien, la fianza se fija en $5,000 al cargo 1, 7,500 cargo 2 y $1,000 por cada cargo en el cargo número 3.
As a condition of your release, you're ordered to stay away from the alleged victims, Miguel Garcia, Ariana Aria, and Edmundo Caldera.
Okay. Como condición the names
Miguel
one by one.
Garcia,
Miguel
Ana
Garcia,
Aria,
Ana Arias
Edmundo Caldera.
y Edmundo Caldera. No puede tener contacto con ellos.
You cannot go within 500 feet of any of their residences, places of employment, or school, 100 feet of their vehicle. You also cannot contact them directly or indirectly.
Tiene que permanecer a 500 pies de distancia de las víctimas y a 100 pies de distancia de los vehículos de las víctimas. No puede tener contacto con ellos ni directa.
All right.
This is also an added charge, battery by detainee.
All right, Mr. Shorter, you got an added charge of battery by detainee. Any PC
No, Judge.
argument? State, anything you want to be heard on as far as priors and bond recommendation?
No, Your Honor, we'd be asking for a $2,000 bond. And there's a withhold of a grand theft and withhold of a petty theft. Those are the only priors. And then the defendant has 2 open and aggravated battery and another battery by detainee.
Are you all asking for a felony hold?
Please rise.
Is here?
Sir.
What family?
Shorter and Hardings.
What'd you say?
Shorter and Hardings.
What's the last word you did? Daughter and what?
Shorter, Hardings.
Oh, okay.
Harding, yeah.
Do you work?
No,
All right. Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Judge, given that this is an added charge, I ask that the bond be reduced to $1, excuse me.
Bond will be set at 2,500. All right, thank you. Joseph Forbes. Sir, good afternoon. You've been charged with 1 count of burglary of an unoccupied structure. This is the co-defendant of the individual we spoke of earlier.
Yes.
Do you also think that's PC only as a trespass?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any priors?
No priors, Your Honor.
Bond?
We'd ask for a standard bond of $150.
Okay. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
I was just visiting. I don't live in Miami.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Say that again?
Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
Domino's. I work at Domino's.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
For almost 5 months now.
All right. Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge, I'd still be asking for pretrial services, given the fact that he has no local priors. He does have a job, and it also looks like his permanent address is in Plantation, Florida, which is relatively close to Miami-Dade. I don't believe he's a flight risk.
What did the co-defendant get? Did she get pretrial services or?
She did, Judge.
She did. Okay. Pretrial services, alternate bond 150. Stay away order is entered. You cannot go back to Miami Norland Senior High School at 1193 Northwest 193rd Street in Miami Gardens. Gaetano Federico. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of battery on law enforcement or corrections, 3rd-degree felony. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State any priors?
Yes, Judge, there's a withhold. It is old, disorderly conduct 2015. I would be asking for 1,000.
1,000?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
For 10 years now.
Do you have family here?
No, I don't.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am. I work as a landscaper.
All right. Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge, given his lack of lack of felony or misdemeanor convictions, the fact that he is employed as a landscaper and he does have ties to the community, or rather he does have a local address, I'd ask for pretrial services, if possible.
Bond is set at $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg Van Leer.
Mr. Honor.
Sir, you've been charged with 1 count of felony battery.
Can I explain that to you?
No, I'm gonna advise that you do not.
All right, let me.
Still needs to be either grievous bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. From the A form, it looks like there is nothing more than either a fresh laceration or a small laceration. I'm going to ask that you don't interject. I don't believe that qualifies as permanent disability or permanent disfigurement. As such, I don't believe there's probable cause for felony battery, but rather for simple battery, assuming that the allegations in the arrest affidavit are true.
State.
Just reading the A form, it says that the defendant was bleeding from the left side of his face and mouth area. He had lost consciousness during the incident. Fire rescue responded and transported him to the hospital. This was the victim. Yeah, there's CCTV of the victim falling to his right side and laying unconscious on the ground for some time before regaining consciousness.
Court's going to find PC for misdemeanor battery here. State, what are you asking for bond?
The state would be asking for elevated bond in this case in the amount of $2,000. Your Honor, this is a more egregious battery than most batteries. Additionally, this defendant does have some national priors. I'm seeing he has a burglary out of
Does he also have the did we deal with the bench warrant for him?
Yes, Your Honor. We dealt with a bench warrant with him. He has a misdemeanor battery, Miami Beach, that's open. And he has another petty theft that's open and a trespass that's open. And he has a prior out of Gloucester City, which is in New Jersey. That's an aggravated assault. Oh, sorry, burglary. It's an aggravated assault arrest up there.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
3 months, sir. An aggravated assault. I was there. That was even arrest, no charges, none of that stuff. And that was when I'm 50 years old now, and that happened when I was in my early 20s.
Okay.
The situation with the current assault.
No, don't speak about that.
Do you have any family here in Miami?
Negative.
Are you currently employed?
Not now. I'm looking for employment.
Counsel, did you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge, I don't believe an elevated bond is warranted for Mr. Van Leer, given that the judge, you did not find probable cause for a felony battery. I think that standard battery would be sufficient in this case, given his other holds.
Bond is set in the amount of $2,000 as a condition of your release. You could have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Todd Bynum. That means you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by any means or indirectly through any other purpose. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
$3,000, Judge.
2,000. Ricky Green.
Mr. Green's a bond out, Judge?
Bond out, thank you. Angel Luque Moner, is that who we have here?
No, that's also a bond out.
Bond out, okay. Next up is Ernesto Guevara.
Yes,
Does he need an interpreter?
yes, Judge.
All right, looks like there was, this is from an arrest warrant. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of insurance fraud claim and 1 count of grand theft, both 3rd-degree felonies.
Por robo en mayor cuantía, ambos son delitos mayores de segundo grado, perdón, de tercer grado.
Any PC argument?
¿Hay algún argumento con respecto a motivo fundado?
No PC argument, Judge.
No tenemos argumento de motivo fundado.
Did any priors?
This is an arrest warrant, and I have here that bond was set in the amount of $12,500. Not mistaken.
Bien, su señoría, esto se trata de una orden de captura y la fianza que se había fijado es 12,500 si no estoy errado.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto hace que vive en Miami? 14 years.
Do you have any family here?
¿Tiene familia aquí?
Un hijo.
A son.
Are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente trabaja?
Sí.
Yes.
What are you doing for how long?
¿En qué trabaja y cuánto hace?
En Uber, over 500, 600.
Uber, 500 to 600.
Yes.
Counsel, did you want to be heard on bond?
Not for this particular case. I understand that his misdemeanor bond was already addressed and he was released on that count.
¿Quiere ser escuchado con respecto a fianza en este caso? No en este caso. Y creo que el delito menor ya se trató el asunto de la fianza.
I understand that he was released on his own recognizance on that count, and if the court does find that he warrants a monetary bond for the felony case, we'd ask for the dollar bond on the misdemeanor.
Y en ese caso del delito menor le dieron libertad bajo palabra y si su señoría sí lo encuentra conveniente que le den $1 de fianza en el delito, $1 bond on the felony or the misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. Que le den $1 de fianza en el delito menor. Thank you.
I don't have the misdemeanor in front of me. Do you have the information?
No tengo el delito menor frente a mí. ¿Usted tiene la información?
He was here, Judge, for traffic ALA F5 REE. He received an RR.
Él tuvo una infracción de tránsito y le dieron libertad bajo palabra en ese caso.
Bond is set, count 1, 7,500, count 2, 5,000, and dollar bond on the misdemeanor.
Se fija la fianza en el cargo número 1, 7,500, en el cargo 2, $5,000, en el delito menor, $1 de fianza.
Judge, you already gave him an RR this morning on the traffic.
I know, but now defense is asking to change it to $1.
Bueno, en el caso de delito menor ya le había dado libertad bajo palabra, sí, pero la defensa me ha pedido que le dé $1 de fianza.
Judge, the clerk is already gone, the misdemeanor clerk, so they won't be able to change it.
Now to just change, address it in division.
Como ya se fue la secretaria de la corte, entonces ese tema se hablará con el juez de la división.
All right, next up is Andy Guillermo Rios. So Rios, you've been charged with 1 count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Señor Ríos, I'm sorry.
Does he-
¿Necesita intérprete?
No, he speaks English.
Okay, all right.
Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
They would ask for elevated bond in the amount of $10,000. This likely should be more than an aggravated battery.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
I was born here.
Can you get the microphone closer to him? The audio is very difficult to come through.
I was born here in Miami, Judge.
What family do you have here?
What was it?
What family do you have in Miami?
My mother, my dad, my sisters, my brothers, my uncle, grandpa.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I am a service assistant on a restaurant in Brickell. It's called Cloudy.
How long have you done that for?
We just opened the restaurant on February.
Okay. Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge. First, I want to indicate that Mr. Rios has absolutely no local priors. I state that to emphasize the fact that I know the state's requesting an elevated bond. As Mr. Rios stated, he does have ties to the community. He is gainfully employed. He is trying to work. Given the lack of history, criminal history, or his lack of contact with the criminal justice system, we'd be asking for house arrest with an alternate bond rather than an elevated bond.
House arrest level 2, alternate bond $7,500. As a condition of your release, you may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Ryan D. Bontrager. You can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand all that, sir?
Yes, Judge.
All right, that's all for today. John Lee Pierre. Mr. Pierre, you're back before the court. Now we're dealing with a felony charge, driving while permanently revoked, third-degree felony. Is there a PC argument?
Yes, Judge. I don't believe there's PC for driving while the license is permanently revoked. According to the record search, it revealed that his license has been suspended 18 times prior. Also, the defendant's license had been revoked on June 7th, 2021. To me, that's probable cause of the simple DWLS, which he's already charged with, which is driving while license suspended knowingly, or it's revoked or it's canceled. So again, I would argue that there's probable cause for the initial DWLS, not for the driving while license suspended permanently revoked. Moreover, Judge, there's no evidence that his license is, per the A form, permanently revoked under Florida Statute 322.26 or 322.28.
Your Honor, this defendant has 8 prior DWLSs, including 2 arrests for DUIs. If Your Honor wants to roll this over for a PC hearing, that we can introduce this TPO. It does say that this this driver's privilege is revoked.
Is it permanently revoked?
It says revoked. It says as of April 27, 2025 at 1:48:21 p.m., driver privilege is revoked.
Do you want to set this over for PC hearing tomorrow?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if you found probable cause for DWLS during the.
Your Honor, if you wanna find PC for the lesser included of a DWLS and set an elevated bond, the state would be okay with that too.
I already addressed that one.
So then if we set an elevated bond of $10,000, we'd be okay with that.
I'm not doing that. I already set a bond on the DWLS. He's charged both.
So then, yes, Your Honor, we'd like to roll it over.
All right, reset for PC hearing tomorrow. Jose Vega Bruzon. required to report third-degree felony and 1 count of domestic battery.
Señor, se le acusa de abuso de menores y descuido, delito mayor de tercer grado, y también de agresión física de tipo doméstico.
Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge. I don't believe there's probable cause. The specific statute cited here, 39.205 subsection 1, is failure to report child abuse or preventing another from doing so. In this particular case, there's no evidence or factual allegations regarding child abuse. I understand that, there may be probable cause for a DV battery, which was most likely addressed at the prior hearing, but I don't believe that there's probable cause for the F3 failure to report child abuse or neglect. So we'd be asking for the court to adopt the same.
¿Hay algún argumento con respecto a motivos fundados? Sí, su señoría, de acuerdo al Estatuto 39201.1, aquí ellos dicen que fue fallo al no reportar abuso o descuido de niños y no se indica que haya habido algún abuso o negligencia de niños. Creo que ya su señoría había tratado el de agresión física de tipo doméstico. No creo que haya motivo fundado para fallar al no reportar abuso de niños.
State as to count 1.
Fortunately, I'd have to agree, Your Honor. The victim, the minor being there at the time, I don't believe would qualify as abuse.
Su señoría, estoy de acuerdo con con la defensa, con que no hay motivo fundado en el de fallar a no reportar. Se indica que el menor o la víctima estaba presente.
Defendants released outright on count 1, there being no probable cause.
Le liberan directamente del cargo 1 porque no encuentran motivo fundado.
State, what are you asking for us to count 2?
We'd ask for an elevated bond of $5,000 in count 2. This is a DV battery with a child present who witnessed the entire event.
En el cargo 2, Fiscalía, su señoría, solicitamos que le den una fianza elevada de $5,000, ya que esto se trata de una agresión física de tipo doméstico y hubo un menor de edad que estuvo presente y presenció todo.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Señor, ¿cuánto hace que vive en Miami?
4 years.
4 years.
You have family here.
¿Tiene familia aquí, señor?
Sí, en el apartamento donde ocurrió el accidente es mi esposa, mi hijo y mi hijastro.
Okay. The apartment where the incident happened, that's my wife, my daughter, and my stepson.
Are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente está trabajando?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you do and for how long?
Cabeza de familia.
I am the head of household. ¿En qué trabaja y por cuánto tiempo?
Yo trabajo en warehouse de shipping and receiving. Cerca de un
I
año.
work at a warehouse, shipping and receiving.
For how long?
¿Cuánto hace?
Hace un año aproximadamente ya.
Approximately 1 year already.
Defense, did you want to be heard on bond?
¿Defensa quiere que le escuche en cuestión de fianza?
Yes, Judge. A couple things to note in addition to what my client has stated regarding his ties to the community. I want to note that he does have no local priors. This appears to be his first arrest. Moreover, it appears based on the allegations in the arrest form that the alleged battery was a push. There's no evidence that the victim needed fire rescue assistance or further medical intervention. While it does constitute the charge of battery, I'd argue that this is a less egregious battery compared to other circumstances, and ask for the standard $1,000 bond for the battery count.
Su señoría, como se ha indicado, él tiene lazos en la comunidad, no tiene antecedentes previos. Este parece ser su primer arresto. Con respecto a la agresión física, al parecer esto se trata de que empujó a la víctima. No hubo necesidad de llamar al rescate o que recibiera tratamiento médico. Entonces, pido que en la agresión física se imponga una fianza de $1,000.
Bond is set at $2,000 as a condition of your release. You may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs.
Se impone una fianza de $2,000. Como condición de su liberación, se le prohíbe que use drogas o tenga actividades criminales.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand all this?
No puede tener en su posesión, portar, ni comprar armas, armas de fuego, ni munición. ¿Entiende?
Sí,
Responda.
actualmente yo tengo armas de fuego.
Yes, at the moment I have firearms.
Your firearms must be surrendered to the nearest police department, and you must file a receipt with the court.
Usted tiene que entregar inmediatamente esas armas de fuego a la estación de policía más cercana y tiene que presentar un comprobante de dicha entera en la corte.
You understand that, sir?
¿Entiende eso, señor? Responda.
Sí.
Yes.
You can have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Lisandra Cruz Espinosa.
No puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la víctima, en este caso, Lisandra Cruz Espinosa.
You cannot go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Debe de mantenerse a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, a 100 pies del vehículo de la víctima. No puede tener contacto ni directo ni indirecto con la víctima a través de terceras personas, por teléfono, texto o medios sociales, ni ningún tipo de medio electrónico. ¿Entiende?
Judge, if I may be heard.
I need him to answer the question.
Necesito que responda la
Yes.
pregunta, dice el juez.
Sí.
Yes.
What is it, counsel?
Yes, Judge, given the fact that they do have, the alleged victim and my client do have a minor child in common, I'd ask that you be willing to modify the stay away order to no harmful contact order for the purposes of child care coordination.
Su señoría, dado que la víctima y él tienen un hijo en común, solicitamos que se modifique la orden de alejamiento para que tengan contacto sin violencia, para poder que ellos coordinen el cuidado del niño.
That request is denied without prejudice to raising it in division.
Se niega esa moción y lo puede tratar de nuevo con el juez de la división.
You may return to the alleged victim's residence one time within 48 hours to gather your personal belongings. You must be accompanied by law enforcement when you go. If you are not accompanied by law enforcement, that will be a violation of your release. Do you understand?
Puede regresar al domicilio en 48 horas después de que lo liberen para recoger sus pertenencias, pero debe de ir acompañado de la policía. Si usted se presenta sin la policía, usted estará en quebrantamiento de la orden.
Mr. Ingram, is there any PC argument?
No, Judge.
Dave, what are you asking for bond?
2,500 for the cocaine possession and 500 for the drug paraphernalia, Judge.
Mr. Ingram, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
Yes.
What
But
family?
they're in the Virgin Islands right now. I don't know when I'm gonna see them again.
Okay, I understand. Are you working right now?
No.
All right. Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Judge, given the nonviolent nature of the allegations in the A form, we'd be asking for pretrial services if he qualifies.
Career criminal does not qualify.
Then I defer to the court.
Count 1, 1,000. Count 2, 500. All right, you're going to have an attorney who's appointed to represent you, sir. They're going to talk to you and maybe get you some help and resources.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Gregorio Carvajal.
And he will need the services of the interpreter.
All right.
Present.
You're charged with 3 counts. Count 1, strong arm robbery, 2nd degree felony.
Se le acusa de 3 cargos. El primero es robo forzoso, delito mayor de segundo grado.
Count 2, aggravated battery, second degree felony.
El segundo cargo es agresión con agravantes, delito mayor de segundo grado.
Count 3, domestic battery by strangulation, a third degree felony.
El tercer caso es de agresión física por estrangulamiento de tipo doméstico, delito mayor de tercer grado.
Any PC argument?
¿Hay algún argumento de motivo fundado?
No, Judge.
No, juez.
The state would be asking for an elevated bond in the elevated bond of $10,000 in the battery strangulation, elevated bond of $10,000 in the aggravated battery, and elevated bond for the robbery of $10,000. $10,000 each count.
Su señoría, la fiscalía solicita una fianza elevada por cada uno de los cargos, $10,000 de fianza en cada cargo.
This defendant does have 2 withholds of batteries from a while ago, 1998.
Él tiene 2 casos de agresión física de 1998 en el cual tuvo retención de la condena.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Señor, ¿cuánto hace que vive en Miami?
Desde el 90.
Since 1990.
Do you have family here?
¿Tiene familia aquí?
Sí,
Yes.
What family?
¿Qué familia tiene?
tengo 3 hijos.
I have 3 children.
Are you currently employed?
¿Está trabajando actualmente?
Sí, sí.
Yes.
What are you doing for how long?
¿En qué trabaja y cuánto hace?
Soy camionero, hago delivery de drywall.
I am a truck driver. I deliver drywall.
Counsel, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Given the fact that his, first, I want to note for the record, he's not a convicted felon. He does have a withhold for battery, which happened over 27 years ago. Notwithstanding the current allegations, Mr. Carbajal has not been in trouble for 27 years. He does have an address. He's gainfully employed. He has 3 sons he needs to care for. As such, we'd be asking for a house arrest with an alternate bond, given these allegations, and as well as a stay away order for the victim.
Okay. Victim. Su señoría, sí. El señor Carvajal no hace, primero que todo, él nunca no ha sido condenado, no es un delincuente condenado. Hace 27 años tuvo retención de la condena y desde ese entonces él no ha tenido ningún problema con la ley. A pesar de este caso, además él está trabajando actualmente, tiene 3 niños que mantener. Solicitamos que se le imponga arresto domiciliario y una orden de alejamiento a favor de la víctima.
Bond is set at 7,500 count 1, 7,500 count 2, 5,000 count 3.
Se impone una fianza de 7,500 en cargo 1 y 2 y 5,000 en el cargo 3.
As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs.
Como condición de su liberación, usted no puede participar en ninguna actividad criminal ni usar ningún tipo de droga o sustancia ilícita. ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand?
No puede tener en su posesión, portar, comprar o tener ninguna arma, arma de fuego ni munición. ¿Entiende?
Sí, no
Yes.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, whose initials are ES. You know who that is, right?
No pueden tener ningún tipo de contacto con la víctima cuyas iniciales son ES. ¿Sabe quién es?
Sí.
Yes.
You cannot go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
debe de permanecer a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, donde se encuentre la víctima, la casa, el trabajo, la escuela, todo sitio donde ella se encuentre, a 100 pies de distancia de su vehículo. No puede contactarla directa o indirectamente a través de terceras personas, por teléfono, por texto, ningún medio social ni ningún tipo de medio electrónico. ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Then stay with it. You'll be permitted to go back to her residence one time within 48 hours of your release to gather your personal belongings. You must be accompanied by law enforcement. However, if you are not accompanied by law enforcement, that will be a violation of your release conditions. Do you understand that?
Se le permitirá ir una sola vez a las 48 horas de que lo liberen para que recoja sus pertenencias personales, pero debe de ir acompañado de un policía. Si usted se llega a presentar en la residencia sin la policía, estará en quebrantamiento de la orden judicial de alejamiento. ¿Entiende?
Sí, yo no tengo nada en la casa.
Yes, I don't have anything at the house.
All right, then you won't need to go.
Okay, entonces no necesita ir.
Una preguntita referente para ¿vos poder seguir en mi trabajo o no?
¿Perdón?
¿Vos poder seguir en mi trabajo?
Okay. I just have a question. Am I going to be allowed to go back to work?
Yes.
Sí, puede ir.
Ok, otra pregunta más. A mí me van a hacer un transfer para Miami en la segunda semana de mayo, porque yo estoy en West Palm Beach.
Okay. I'm going to have a transfer to Miami on the second week of May because currently I am in West Palm Beach.
Not a problem. As soon as you change your address, just file a change of address with the clerk of court and let your attorney know your new address too. But you can move it.
No hay problema, pero cuando tenga su dirección local, tiene que avisarle a su abogado lo más pronto posible y hacer el cambio de dirección.
Ok, está bien.
Okay, all right.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. Yasmani Lafert.
Spanish?
Present?
And he's gonna need the interpreter.
Yes.
You're charged with one count of aggravated battery of second-degree felony.
Se le acusa de agresión con agravantes, un delito mayor de segundo grado.
Any PC argument?
¿Algún argumento de motivo fundado?
No, Judge.
No, juez.
State.
Judge, I'm asking for $15,000 for bond. This man attacked the victim with a machete.
Su señoría, solicitamos que se imponga una fianza de $15,000, ya que él agredió a la víctima con un machete.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto hace que vive en Miami? Responda.
8 años. Yo no tengo
Eight.
machete, lo saco a él.
8 years. ¿Perdón?
All right. You should probably be careful speaking about the facts of your case, as anything that you say can be used against you by the state.
Señor, sea cuidadoso al hablar del caso, ya que todo se está grabando, debe de consultar y eso lo puede utilizar el Estado en su contra.
Are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente está trabajando?
No, porque me operaron. Yo de trabajo.
No, because I had an operation.
Counsel, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge.
Abogada, ¿quiere ser escuchada? Sí.
Judge, I understand that this court has to look at the allegations in the A form and for the purposes of determining probable cause. However, I want to note for the record that Mr. Laferte does not have any local priors. He does have a local address, although he's not working currently because of his medical issues. And the allegations in this particular case are rather serious. We'd be asking for house arrest with the standard bond.
Su señoría, yo entiendo de que usted debe de mirar las alegaciones contenidas en el formulario de arresto para determinar motivo fundado. Sin embargo, quiero que tome en cuenta que el señor Lafert no tiene antecedentes, tiene una dirección local. Él no está trabajando en este momento por cuestiones médicas serias y solicitamos que a pesar de la seriedad de los cargos, que usted imponga arresto domiciliario.
How far apart do the defendant and alleged victim live from each other?
¿Qué tan lejos viven la víctima y el acusado de cada uno?
Lejos.
Far.
Bond is set at $7,500.
Se impone una fianza de $7,500.
As a condition of your release, you can have no contact with the alleged victim, Gustavo Martinez.
Como condición de que lo liberen, usted no puede tener contacto, ningún tipo de contacto con la víctima, Gustavo Martínez.
That means you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Eso significa que usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de la víctima a 500 pies de distancia, de donde trabaje, vaya a la escuela, estudie, en donde quiera que se encuentre la persona. También tiene que permanecer a 100 pies de distancia del vehículo de la víctima. No puede tener contacto ni directo ni indirecto con la víctima o a través de terceras personas, por escrito, por texto, por teléfono, ni medios sociales, ningún otro medio electrónico, ¿entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Gracias, eso es todo por hoy.
Malik Newberry.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning. Sir, you've been charged with introduction or possession of controlled substance in a jail, third-degree felony. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State would ask for standard bonds in the amount of $2,500.
All right, sir. How long have you lived in Miami?
I live Miami my whole life. Do
You have family here?
Huh?
Your family? Do you have family in Miami?
Yes, sir.
What family?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my grandma.
Are you currently employed?
No.
Counsel, do you want to be heard?
Actually, yes, Judge. I take back what I said about no PC argument. I don't believe that there is actual PC. It says that they located the suspect crystal meth in the inmate's front right pocket. It's not clear that the jumpsuits that I'm seeing here have pockets. And if it's not found on his immediate person, I don't know how it would be considered constructive possession. So there would not be probable cause for possession.
Based on the four corners of the complaint, there is PC for the charged offense. Did you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge. Given the fact, I'm standing by what my client stated earlier regarding his ties to the community, we ask for standard bond.
All right, bond is set at $2,500 standard bond. Jamil Willis. Willis, you're charged with burglary of an occupied dwelling, a second-degree felony, possession of burglary tools, third-degree felony, and resisting an officer without violence, first degree misdemeanor. I understand he's also out on bond. Is that correct? All right. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State?
Judge, I'd be asking for 7,500 count one, 5,000 count two, and 500 count three.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life.
What family do you have here?
I got 3 kids and a fiance.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
Construction worker.
I'm a roofer.
What did you say?
I'm a roofer.
All right. How long have you done that for?
I've been doing that for the last 9 years.
Counsel, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Judge, we have no objection to 7,500 as to count 1, 5,000 to count 2, and 500 as to count 3.
Bond is set at 7,500, count 1, 5,000, count 2, $500, count 3. A hold is being put in for F24-12654B. Stay away order is being entered. You could have no contact with the alleged victim, in this case, Rigoberto Hasty, meaning you can't go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand all that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're all set. Otis Mesa. Mr. Mesa, you're charged with 1 count of possession of burglary tools, 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of carrying a concealed weapon, 1st-degree misdemeanor, and 1 count of loitering or prowling, 2nd-degree misdemeanor. Any PC argument?
No PC argument as to the burglary tools.
Any? Okay, so no PC argument. Done.
Yes, Judge, but he does need the interpreter.
I don't understand. I understand English.
Oh, I'm sorry. Disregard, Judge.
Okay.
Any PC argument?
No PC argument, Judge.
They
would ask for standard bond amount of $5,000 for count 1, $1,000 for count 2, and $150 for count 3.
Is it 5,000, 1,000, and 150?
Count 2 is 1,000. Okay.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami? Sir, I need you to answer the question. Look at me. Sir, counsel, are you all talking to each other or is he listening? Does he need the interpreter? Are you all on mute?
Oh, Judge, the computer went off in the room with the defendants.
Can they hear me now?
Judge,
Yeah?
the computer went off in the room with the defendants. They're gonna restart the computer.
So we need to take a break and wait?
No, just take 1 second. Judge, can you promote the room over where the defendant is, please? We're ready.
All right, thank you. Are you all ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge. They need to be promoted.
You said you already did it, Bianca? Counsel?
Yes, Judge. We can hear you now.
All right. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Most of my life.
What family do you have here?
I have no one now.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm not.
Counsel, do you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge, given the fact, would Your Honor be willing to release Mr. Mesa to tap?
No, not based on these allegations.
Judge, our request would be for TAP.
Bond is set at $5,000, count one, $1,000, count two, $150, count three. All right, sir. That's all for today. Justin Burgess. Mr. Burgess, now you're before the court on one charge of possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge, I'd like to adopt my PC arguments from when we heard Mr. Gwen Reed's case. This is the other co-defendant in the jointly occupied vehicle where they allegedly found the firearm. I just want to note that for Mr. Reed's case, the officer charged him with possession of oxycodone with intent to traffic, rather, as here, being in the same vehicle under the same set of facts. Mr. Burgess is charged with possession of a firearm that was once again found in the vehicle, in actually specifically the rear cargo area of a jointly occupied vehicle. I don't believe that there is probable cause for actual possession, and it's dubious as to whether there is probable cause for constructive possession as well. As such, I'd request that you find no PC.
Dave?
Your Honor, as we argued last time, is that both defendants could be found in possession of both items. The officer appears to have done this defendant a favor by only charging one of them.
Accepting the allegations is true in the light most favorable to the state, the court does find probable cause based on the four corners of the arrest. David, state, what are you asking for, Bond?
7,500, Judge.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Most of my life.
You have family here, sir?
Yes, sir.
What family?
Most of my family, all of my family.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
Labor pool. I work for Pay Settlers.
Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Judge, standing on my previous arguments, I'd ask that we have a reduced bond of $5,000, given that the state cannot prove actual possession in this particular case, as well as Mr. Burgess's ties to the community and his gainful employment.
Bond is set at $5,000.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
All right, sir. Dustin Wilson.
Mr. Wilson is out on felony bond F254402.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, you're charged with one count of petty theft with two or more convictions. Is there a PC argument?
No, Judge.
They would ask for elevated bond in the amount of $7,500. This defendant has two other open petty theft, two or more convictions. In addition, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 petty theft convictions within the last year and a half. We would ask for elevated bond in the amount of $7,500.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
My whole life.
You have family here?
Yes.
What family?
My mother, my father, my brother.
Are you working or no?
Not right now.
Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge. I understand that counsel referenced multiple convictions for theft offenses. I do want to note here that there was a conviction for grand theft, as well as one conviction for petty theft in 2024 under case ending in 290. However, at least some of the allegations that were the case numbers that were referenced in the arrest affidavit are for offenses that are actually not theft offenses. First and foremost, F254402 is not a conviction. It's an open case currently. He still hasn't been adjudicated of that yet, and as such, it's still presumed innocent. The other two cases, the F-24-26-252 is the grand theft conviction, and the B-24-290 is the petty theft conviction case I already mentioned. But the B-11 and B-11-037064 is a cannabis possession case of which he was convicted, as well as a B-09-0226-768 is another cannabis and drug paraphernalia conviction. I just want to make it clear for the record exactly what the court is considering when considering my client's priors and determining whether there is, I understand that there is probable cause for petty theft 2 or more convictions under the statute. However, we would be asking for a standard bond in clarifying his criminal history.
I have his criminal history in front of me as well. Bond is set at $5,000. Hold is placed in 25-4402. Stay away order is entered. You cannot go back to the racetrack at 1955 Northeast 8th Street in Homestead, Florida.
Gonzalez. Gonzalez.
Gregory Black.
Judge, Mr. Black is a violent felony offender of special concern. He also has 2 probation warrants, no bond.
Thank you. Mr. Black, you've been charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a 3rd-degree felony, and 1 count of criminal mischief, more than $200, first-degree misdemeanor. Any PC argument?
No PC argument, Judge.
State.
Judge, I'm asking for elevated bond given his priors. I'd be asking for 7,000 count 1 and 1,000 count 2.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life, sir.
You have family here?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
That's my mother, my brothers, my sister, my niece, my nephew, and then I have a newborn baby about to be born July 17th.
Sir, are you currently employed?
I was doing landscaping with my uncle as of right now because I'm incarcerated. No, I'm not.
All right. Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge, given the fact that Mr. Black is about to have a child on the way, and the fact that at least up until relatively recently, he was gainfully employed, hoping to secure employment in the future, we'd be asking for either standard bond or a reduced bond. So that way, sorry. Or alternatively, Judge, house arrest with an alternative bond with house arrest with a work exception.
Got it. I'm going to see the V Fosk and he's on probation. And so we got to put a probation hold in cases F21-21998B and F22-16950. Court is going to set bond at $7,000, count 1, $1,000, count 2. Enter a stay away order. You're ordered to have no contact with the alleged victims. In the new case, Christopher contact them directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand all that?
He said yes.
All right. Thank you. All set for Alberto Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez is also a VFOX. He's out on probation on 2 cases, F20-7803 and F20-9404B.
Thank you. Does he need the interpreter or no?
No, Judge.
Sir, you've been charged with 1 count of battery on a person 65 years of Peralta, a 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of violation of an injunction for protection against domestic violence. Any PC arguments?
No, Judge.
The state would ask for elevated bond in this case, in the amount of $10,000 for count 1 and $2,000 to count too.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Sir, Your Honor, I've been living in Miami for 45 years. Your Honor, this injunction, it's been going on for 4 years. Wait a minute, it's been going on for 4 years. I was here about a year ago. They took it off. They settled it. I went back to live with my mom. I've been living with my mom for the last 3 years. I've been on probation. My probation officer comes to my house every month. This new charge, it was a panic attack that I had. My mom called the police. They made it out into another thing. It just keep happening over and over. I live with my mother. I'm her caregiver. There's no charge here. My mother, my mother went to the police station 4 months ago. I understand, but let me explain my facts, please, ma'am.
I'm gonna ask you don't speak about the facts.
Listen, there's not. Let me speak to the judge. My brother went to the police station personally the next day after this happened and told him to leave me alone. That I had a panic attack, but it keeps happening. My life changed for the better. It changed for the better 3 years ago, and they keep doing this to me over and over. I'm like, doing this something needs to be to be done here. I don't even leave my house. My mother falls on the floor, and I have to be there constantly to be there with her. I'm done being a criminal 4 years ago. I stopped my life, changed my life.
Mr. Gonzalez, your attorney's going to have to look into it because when the police looked it up, it said that the injunction is still in full force.
I understand, but I was here a year ago. If you look it up, I was here a year ago. I went in front of the judge. My probation was reinstated because it just keep happening. I live with my mother. I don't know how to explain to this. No, it's not okay, ma'am. It's not okay. It's not okay.
All right. For right now, there is probable cause based on the allegations in the.
What allegations? My mother didn't press any charges. I had a panic attack. 4 months ago. This didn't just happen 4 months ago. I live with my mother. They don't come to arrest me. They don't come to my house. My mother went to the police station personally and told the police, leave him alone. He had a panic attack and you're making more than what it is.
The state, you've already been heard as to your request?
We've already been heard, yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, man. This is
all right.
I've done this already, man.
Counsel?
I have nothing to add, Judge.
Count one is set at 3,000. Count two is set at 2,000 as a condition of release. Defendant is to have no contact with the alleged victim in the case whose initials are H. That means you can't go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school. Why is this?
Caregiver.
Domestic one. This is a-
It's not the best. I've enough of this already, man. I'm being aggressive how, man? Don't you see that I keep being brought here for nothing? Come on, you don't care about me.
Do and look into it. But as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity, use or possess any illegal drugs. Did he step out?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So I kept this stay away order at this time. Do you all want to reset it for a reading of this stay away order?
No,
He's coming back in, Judge.
Okay. Sir, I need to be able to read to you the stay away order as a
There's no stay away. I live with my mother. I don't want to hear this no more. I keep getting brought here about the same thing over and over. Why don't you tell us about probation that goes to my house every month? I've been dealing with it for 4 years. I'm her caregiver. Why don't you call her personally? Why don't you tell the police to stop doing this to me? They keep doing the same thing over and over.
You have an attorney who's representing you now, so they'll assist you with any.
Can't say nothing.
But for right now, you are ordered that you cannot engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir?
You're fired.
All right.
Next matrix.
All right. Well, he just stepped out again. I haven't been able to read the stay away order, so it's recent reading the stay away order.
He read it, he just didn't say that he understood it.
Oh. But how, if it's a division, it's gonna be in what, 3 weeks?
Oh, yeah, gets.
It could be, he's got a judge already for. Beautiful. All right, so how do we market the ASP?
Read, stay away.
Okay, no problem. Do you want me to initial sign it now, or let the judge do it in division? Maybe that'll flag it for him. Huh? I didn't do the part of not having contact with the alleged victim. Doesn't count. Sorry, folks. I tried twice. I've done it about, like, I don't know, 60 plus times today. I know when I've done it and when I haven't. It did not happen one time. Diotis Madrid.
Sure.
Mr. Madrid, you've been charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine with intent to purchase. Is that what it says? Possession with intent to purchase? Okay. Counsel, do you want to be heard on PC?
One moment, Judge.
Counsel, you ready to go?
Sorry, the mic was off. I said no PC argument, Judge.
Okay. Oh. All right, state.
Judge, I'm asking for standard bond. He does have priors, but they are dated.
What's the standard bond?
7,500, Judge, sorry.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life, 57 years.
You have family here?
Yes.
What family?
My aunt and my cousins now.
You working?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a painter.
All right. How long have you been doing that for?
4 years.
Counsel, what do you want to be heard on for bond? Counsel, I need you to respond now. We've been waiting.
Yes, Judge.
Carnell Stevens. Mr. Stevens, good afternoon. You're charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine, 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, first-degree misdemeanor. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State.
The state would ask for standard bond in the amount of $2,500 for count 1 and $500 for count 2.
Mr. Stevens, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life, sir.
What family do you have here?
Mother, father, deceased, only my sisters and brothers.
You work?
No, sir.
Counsel, any argument?
Sir?
No, he was asking me. Judge, 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 would you be willing to release him to pretrial services given the nonviolent nature of the allegation? He is homeless and he cannot afford a monetary bond.
He's homeless, he doesn't qualify.
Or, sorry, excuse me, tap.
Yeah.
Tap alternate bond 2,000, count 1. Tap alternate bond 500, count 2. Roberto Morales.
Your Honor, for this case, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention.
No, welcome.
Is it interpreter?
Judge, I don't think he needs the interpreter.
Mr. Morales, good afternoon. You've been charged with 3 counts. Count 1 is armed burglary, punishable by life offense. Count 2, tampering with physical evidence, 3rd-degree felony. Count 3, criminal mischief, 1st-degree misdemeanor.
I'm gonna ask that you don't speak about the facts of the case.
You want to be careful speaking about the facts of the case. These are serious charges, and anything you say can be used against you by the state in its prosecution. Any PC argument, counsel?
Yes, Judge, I don't believe that there is PC for armed burglary, as it is charged as an F1. Understanding that we have to accept the allegations of the A form as true. Notwithstanding that, Judge, there's no evidence in the A form that indicates that Mr. Morales actually entered into the home. At best, this could be an attempted armed burglary, as it appears based on the facts that he only entered the front door area. So I don't believe there's probable cause for armed burglary, the PBL, but perhaps the attempt.
State.
Your Honor, this is definitely a armed burglary on curtilage. It's definitely inside the entranceway to the house. Your Honor wants to reset this. We're asking that this be reset for an R3 hearing of the PC hearing. We can reset it for a PC hearing, Your Honor.
You want to reset for PC hearing tomorrow? Reset for PC hearing tomorrow. Bronx Colon.
Judge, we waive the reading of the charge.
State. Any priors? Any suggestion as to bond?
No priors, but we'd be asking for an extremely high bond in this case. This possibly should have been charged as an F1 where we would have pretrial, Your Honor. The state would be asking for $1 million bond.
All right. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
What is that?
How long have you lived in Miami?
26 years.
What family do you have here?
Say it again, please.
What family do you have here?
I have my wife, my 2 sons, and my 2 daughters.
Are you currently employed?
Yes,
What are you doing for how long?
I've been working at $1.50 for 26 years. $1.50 and herds for
All right.
26 years, and I've been doing the exit gate on the return area, and I was the lead agent for the way they wash vehicles.
Counsel, did you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge. We'd be asking for house arrest for Mr. Colon, not at the address where the alleged victim is staying, in lieu of an elevated bond.
Bond is set in the amount of $50,000. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir?
Where am I gonna get that money?
Do you understand the order of the court?
Yes, because I cannot pay for that money.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, whose initials are AC. That means you cannot go within 500 feet of her residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of her vehicle. You cannot contact her directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Do you need an order to return to her residence to gather any of your personal belongings?
What is she?
He's asking if you need to go back to the house where the victim stays to get any personal items for yourself.
I have a little.
Do you have to go back? Yes or no?
Yes, but I have.
Okay, so Judge, I believe he needs to return.
Back to the victim's residence within 48 hours of your release, one time, to gather personal belongings. However, you must be accompanied by law enforcement when you go. If you are not accompanied by law enforcement when you go, that'll be a violation of your release. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. You have an attorney representing you. They'll be in touch and they'll tell you, they'll continue to discuss your case with you. Diamond da Cruz. Is this Mr. da Cruz? You've been charged with 1 count of battery on a person 65 or older. Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge, there's no age of the victim in this particular case, and
State?
She's right, Judge.
I agree.
Yeah. So I just asked for 1,000. Yeah. I'm sorry, Judge, for simple battery.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
You ask me a question?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've lived here majority of my life. I moved when 18 to go to school at University of Florida.
What family do you have here?
Mom, dad, and sister, but have no close relations to any of them.
All right. Are you currently employed?
I was let go on the 10th.
Okay.
I am on unemployment though.
No, Judge, they were no pros.
All right. Counsel, what are you asking for?
I'm sorry, did the state just announce a no pros?
No, any priors were no cost.
Oh, my apologies. Judge, given the fact that he has no local priors and, there may be probable cause for a simple battery based on the allegations in the A form, we'd ask that he be released for pretrial services.
Even if it's just, huh? Okay. All right, I'll order him to pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity, use or possess any illegal drugs. You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir? It's not on. It's not on.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Do you-
go ahead, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Were you going to say something, Your Honor?
Yeah, listen up. As a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity. You may not use or possess any illegal drugs. You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Ariel De Cruz. That means you cannot go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school. 100 feet of, you have to listen. If you talk to your lawyer, you can't listen to me. You cannot go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand all that?
I'm confused, but yes.
Okay. Pass, speak with your client, see if you can understand what a stay away order means, and then go.
I know what the stay away order means. It's just that I live in the trailer in the backyard and I let him stay in my house.
All right. So that's an issue you're going to have to sort out with him. If he has a lawful basis to be at the place, you're going to have to leave.
Where am I going to go with the trailer? I just bought it. I just used all my money. Is there a way I could bring him into some old person's home?
Okay. That's not something that you and I are going to be discussing at all today. I'm not your
My
lawyer.
apologies, Your
I'm here
Honor.
to give you legal advice. I'm here to give you orders. All right. That's why you have a lawyer who I've appointed to represent you. So I'm going to make sure that you understand it one last time. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Ariel De Cruz. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
That means you cannot go within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll be authorized to go to his residence within 48 hours of your release, one time to gather personal belongings. You must be accompanied by law enforcement when you go to the residence. If you are not accompanied by law enforcement, that'll be a violation of the conditions of your release. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Speak with your attorney about any concerns that you have about any of the issues we've discussed. That's all for today. Jeremy Herrera. This was set for PCH today, probable cause hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. And although the officers were subpoenaed and I was able to make contact with the officer, he did tell me that he does have PC, but he did not appear before the court today. We would ask that Your Honor do find PC for an attempted battery on a law enforcement officer. That is clear from the A form.
I'm going to review the arrest affidavit, then I'll hear any additional argument. One moment. Okay, defense counsel states saying that there's PC for assault on a law enforcement officer based on the arrest affidavit. What's your position?
Judge, there is no probable cause for PC. As the language in the arrest affidavit expressly states, attempting to grab him and initiate a bear hug. This is not an attempt, therefore, the language is merely an attempt, there is no probable cause for an actual battery since there was no touching. As such, the court should not find probable cause, regardless of what the officer states out of court, and release my client outright on this offense.
How about count two?
I have no argument for count two, Judge.
Your Honor, the state was not arguing the battery. The state's arguing an attempted battery or an assault, which is clear from the A form, without any statements made outside of court.
What's assault on a law enforcement officer? First degree misdemeanor?
I believe so, Your Honor.
What are you all asking for as far as bond? Does he have any priors?
No, Judge, he has no local priors.
All right, defendant's released on his own recognizance on both. Does he need a date certain or does he have an address?
Do you have an address?
I'm homeless.
Judge, he's gonna need a date certain.
All right. How do we give him a date certain?
6/4.
May 22nd? 27th, where? Division 9? Hernandez, and you don't know what time she starts in 9 a.m. 5:27 to 9 a.m. Mr. Herrera,
Yes, sir.
you're going to be released on your own recognizance, but you are required to appear in person May 27th, 9 o'clock a.m. in courtroom 2-8 at the Richard E. Garcia Justice Building.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right, you have to go, otherwise a warrant could be issued for your arrest.
I understood.
All right. Ricardo Magnan. Sir, you've been charged with one count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State?
Judge, I'm asking for a standard bond of 7,500.
What?
Hold on one moment.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
I lived there my whole entire life, sir.
You have family here?
Yes, I have my auntie, my uncle. I have a lot of family here.
Are you currently employed?
Unfortunately, I'm not working right now. I was working with Sunny Eye Security. Now also I was working for Miami-Dade Broward County School Board as well also.
All right. And the only prior he has is this of a marijuana and alcohol charge from 04?
You're non-violent, Judge. He does have a DUI, but all non-violent.
All right. Counsel, did you want to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Judge. Judge, I don't believe Mr.
Megan, all my money is like I lost my mom.
Judge, we'd be asking for $1,000 bond on this, given the fact that he has no priors, no history of violence, and he does have ties to the community. He does have a local address. We'd be asking for a $1,000 bond.
Bond is going to be set in the amount of $2,500. Sir, as a condition of your release, you may not engage in any criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs. You may not use, possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you understand that, sir?
I do understand that, Judge.
Sir, you can have no contact with the alleged victim in this case, Mecky Smith. That means you can act within 500 feet of his residence, place of employment, or school, 100 feet of his vehicle. You cannot contact him directly by phone, text, social media, email, or otherwise, or indirectly through any other persons. Do you understand that, sir?
Permission to speak, Judge, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Reason being that I raised a total of 4 of those kids, and I do have custody of Makai, and he's been living with me for the entire of my life, and I had put him in college, and he is 20 years old. So therefore, he could always change dorm or any dorm that he does desire. But that property is my mother's property. It is my property, and I do have tenant that I'm renting back of that tenant, that property there. And his auntie does stay 4 blocks away from my house.
Okay. I think that that's going to be something I can't give you advice on because these things happen a bunch. Speak with the attorney who's there with you about that issue. You're also going to get assigned a division attorney.
Okay.
You have to make sure wherever he's residing, until he's out of your place, if you're going to have him go somewhere else, you can't reside in the same place as him. Okay.
Quick question, Judge. Would I be able to try to do a eviction, not eviction, but try to do like a eviction process going?
So that's legal advice.
Okay, cool. Let's understand it.
Talk to the lawyer about that. Okay.
Talk to the division attorney about
But
modifying.
the most important thing for the criminal case is you cannot be in the same residence. You can't go within 500 feet of his residence. So if he's there, you can't be there. Okay.
Understandable, Judge.
I am going to authorize you to go back to the residence within 48 hours of your release to gather your personal belongings.
Yes, sir.
Have to go with law enforcement though. If you go without law enforcement, that would be a violation of your release. All right, sir?
Yes, sir. But last but not least, sir, I'm trying to figure out what do I have to try to rent an apartment? Because that is my house. That's the only residential house that I have.
I completely understand. Until he is not there,
okay,
you cannot go there. Okay.
All right.
You have to sort it out. In the meantime, find somewhere else to stay.
Okay.
Unless and until he's not there anymore, and obviously he can only be removed there by lawful means.
Okay.
Okay.
Understandable.
All right, but talk to your attorney. They deal with these issues a lot, and they'll give you the advice as well.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Take care, sir.
You too.
Jermaine Gamble.
Morning, Judge.
Mr. Gamble, good afternoon.
Good
You've been
afternoon.
with possession of controlled substance, a third-degree felony, possession of cannabis, first-degree misdemeanor, resisting an officer without violence. Is there any PC argument?
No, Judge.
State?
The state would ask for the standard bonds in the amount of $2,500 for count 2, $500 for count 3, and $500 for count 3.
Let me just review this one moment. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
All my life, sir.
Do you have family here?
Yeah, all my family.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
I was working night shift at Walmart.
All right. Counsel, did you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Judge. I do believe Mr. Gamble may be able to stay with his mother at his mother's address. As such, we ask that he be released to pretrial services, given the nonviolent nature of these offenses.
Qualify for pretrial services?
Can't get all.
Criminal, he doesn't qualify.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna set bond as follows. Count 1, 1,000. Count 2, ROR. Count 3, 500. All right, you're all set, sir.
Count 3, 500.
You all got the bond amounts?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else that we need to address today? We covered it all? All right, have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Judge. You too. Bye-bye.
I know. Domestic ones long. Yeah. I heard you had a lot of domestic.